Chapter 1985. Compared to the sixth gate, the Thunder Gate was child's play. The environment of the sixth gate would continuously corrode a martial artist's flesh and blood. If one wanted to survive here, they would need to have a strong constitution. If Yi Xian was exposed to the air, he might not even last a second. Even with the immortal phoenix bloodline's rapid recovery speed, it would be useless. After a second, he would be corroded into nothing. Fortunately, Black Horn, the heart of the demon dragon, and the immortal phoenix bloodline could survive here. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Prince Rong in the sixth gate. Yi Xian started to investigate again and found the entrance to the seventh gate. What surprised him was that with his current ability, he was corroded into nothingness in less than 10 seconds after entering the dark abyss. The speed of recovery and corrosion were not proportional at all. It was an instant kill. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use the time reversal skill again to return to the past and let the sword celestial clone pass. The eighth gate of the Ghost Gate was called the Daybreak Gate. The surroundings were white and there were no other colors. It was very bright, and one would feel dizzy if one looked at it for too long. In this gate, most people had to close their eyes and move forward. Furthermore, their senses would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong one was, they would lose their way. However, this time, the sensory token in Yi Xian's hand finally reacted. Let's go! Using this reaction, Yi Xian found his way. The seventh gate of the Ghost Gate was a place that only 7th-rank sacred venerables could enter. However, Yi Xian came here as a 9th-rank sacred king. He was very brave. Most people's senses would be reduced here and they would not be able to open their eyes. However, Yi Xian had the help of the sword celestial clone, so his vision was wider. Coupled with the sensory token, he quickly found his target. In front of him, an old man sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He did not move at all. He did not even notice Yi Xian approaching. I finally found him. Yi Xian looked at the old man's face and his eyes lit up. Finally, he found him. The sword celestial clone continued forward and finally stepped into the old man's perception range. Sir, please wait. Prince Rong said without opening his eyes. Senior, I was entrusted by someone to come and find you. The sword immortal avatar said. When Prince Rong heard this, he could not help but open his eyes to take a look. He realized that the sword immortal avatar's face was very unfamiliar. Who sent you? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Gu Tianlei. Yi Xian answered directly. It's him. Prince Rong immediately understood. Gu Tianlei was the #1 bodyguard of the Ashen Flame ancient country's emperor. Since he had gone missing, Gu Tianlei was ordered to investigate. He sent quite a few people in before, but only 2 of them found me and they're both dead. You're quite lucky to be able to find me. Prince Rong shook his head. But what's the use of finding them? We don't know the exact locations of the 9 gates of hell, so we can only rely on ourselves. Then, Senior, do you know where the entrance to the 8 gates is? Yi Xian asked. I do know, but I've been there once and almost died inside. It's already beyond my expectations that you're able to make it here. Don't tell me you want to go to the 8 gates of hell? Prince Rong nodded. He had already recovered to the 7th grade sacred venerate realm, but his strength was not enough to go to the 8 gates of hell, so it was better to stay in the 7th gate. Although he could only open his eyes for a short while here, it was not dangerous, so most people would choose to cultivate here. That's not necessarily true. If I can make it to the 7th gate, I naturally have the ability to go to the 8 gates. Senior, you just need to tell me the location. Yi Xian said. Fine, since you want to take a look, then go ahead. There's no direction here, but I know where it is. Follow me. Prince Rong said as he stood up, then turned around and walked in the direction behind him. Yi Xian hurriedly followed him. After some time, he arrived at the end of the 7th gate. It turned out that Prince Rong was able to find this place because he had a treasure that could be used to identify directions. You can't open your eyes in here. Once you do, you'll immediately pass out and your senses will be extremely low. You have to find the exit from this entrance to reach the 8 gates. Prince Rong said. I see. Yi Xian nodded, then let the sword immortal clone enter to take a look. Is this a puppet? Prince Rong reminded the sword Immortal clone when he saw it. Previously, there were people who wanted to use puppets to enter, but they all lost. Senior, don't worry. This puppet of mine is not ordinary. Yi Xian only smiled. At this moment, the sword Immortal clone had already entered. He had an invincible body, and his eyes had been open since the beginning. It was Prince Rong's first time seeing someone who could do this. Perhaps he could really pass the 8 gates? Although there was no direction in the 8 gates, Yi Xian could sense the sword Immortal clone's location and then go in the opposite direction. Soon, he found the exit and left. There doesn't seem to be anything special about the 8th gate. Yi Xian suddenly said. Prince Rong was stunned when he heard that. He asked in shock, "You passed it?" "Yes, but there's nothing special about the 8th gate." Yi Xian nodded. "I didn't expect you to actually pass it." King Rong found it unbelievable, but he did not ask any further. He only said, "I heard that the 8th stage of the Ghost Gate is an illusion stage. If one's strength is insufficient, they will fall into an illusion the moment they step in, never to wake up." "I think so. I saw a few people standing in the same spot. They didn't move at all." Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. This group of people had already fallen into the illusion. Some were laughing wretchedly, some were crying sadly, and some were even doing some kind of piston exercise. They were drunk. The sword Immortal clone quickly went over and took their interspatial rings, then began to wander around. In the 8th gate, not everyone had fallen into the illusion. There were still some people with stronger minds. However, these people were cultivating in seclusion because they were already at the 8th gate. The next gate was the 9th gate. That was the last gate. Perhaps there was a way out there? If not for the fact that they wanted to leave, they would have stayed at the 1st gate. Why would they continue to advance? The sword Immortal clone searched the 8th gate for a while and finally found the entrance to the 9th gate. The entrance to the 9th gate was actually a strengthened illusion array, but it was useless against the sword Immortal clone. After a while, the sword Immortal clone arrived at the 9th gate. Chapter 1986. Yi Xian didn't go over immediately. Instead, he let the sword Immortal clone investigate. However, he didn't find anything special. Could it be that the 9th level was the same as the 8th? Was it an illusion level? That's why the sword Immortal clone didn't find it? Just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether he should go over personally, someone suddenly approached him. How strange. It's actually a first-rank Saint Lord? An unfamiliar voice entered the sword Immortal clone's ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was very powerful. He was probably a 9th-rank Saint Lord. "May I ask if there's any danger in this level?" The sword Immortal clone asked. "Danger?" The young man shook his head. "There's no danger in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Apart from killing each other, no one else has died in this level." "That can't be. This is the last level of the Ghost Gate. How can there be no danger?" The sword Immortal clone said in disbelief. "There's indeed no danger. However, those who come to the 9th level will be trapped here and can't go out." The young man paused for a moment before continuing. "Unless the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation comes to recruit, those who are willing to serve the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation can leave. The second method is to kill the Hellgate Cerberus at the end of the 9th level and escape." "What's the three-headed hound's level?" the sword Immortal clone asked curiously. "It's at least at the Sage Emperor level. It's said that it's the master of the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. If you want to leave the 9th level, you have to kill it. However, no one has succeeded, so no one knows if it's true or not." The young man shook his head. "I see. Thank you." The sword Immortal clone nodded and thanked him. "You should be just a puppet. You're actually able to control a puppet to pass the level. That's pretty impressive." The young man looked like he understood the sword Immortal clone. He then cupped his fist and said, "Farewell." The sword Immortal clone looked at his departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Then Yi Xian reported the situation to Prince Rong. "The three-headed hound of the Ghost Gate? I've heard of it." Prince Rong recalls for a while, then says, "It's said that the warden of the Ghost sect has raised this monster since it was a baby. It's very strong. Even Daoists of the same level might not be able to defeat it. As for the warden, he is the crown prince of the devil spirit ancient country. His strength is even stronger than the Hellgate Cerberus. However, very few people have seen him. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, then let's go to the 9th level of the Ghost Gate first. How do we get there? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Next, Yi Xian opened the Gate of Void. After they passed through it, they arrived at the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It was the first time that Prince Rong, a 7th grade sacred venerate, had made it to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Of course, a 1st grade saint like Yi Xian was even more of a miracle. However, the 9th stage of the Ghost Gate did not only have 8th stage Holy Venerables and 9th stage Holy Venerables. There were also many Holy Lords and Holy Emperors. These people were the descendants of those who were trapped in the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Therefore, Yi Xian's arrival was not unique. The 9th level of the Gates of Hell was not very big. Yi Xian looked around and found less than 100 high-level sacred venerates. Among them, there were more than 29th grade sacred venerates. That youth said that the devil spirit ancient country might send people to recruit them. As long as these people agreed, they would be used by the devil spirit ancient country. At that time, they would leave the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. As for those who disobeyed, they would have to continue to stay here unless they could kill the Hellgate Cerberus. After a while, Yi Xian saw the mountain-sized Hellgate Cerberus. Its terrifying aura made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Prince Rong looked at the Hellgate Cerberus and slowly said, since the devil spirit ancient country wants to recruit these people, they probably won't kill them. They should only be repelling them. At this time, a person suddenly rushed toward the Hellgate Cerberus. It was a middle-aged man in blue. Yi Xian had a slight impression of him. This person was the expert who froze Prince Rong's personal guards into ice sculptures. Now that he was walking toward the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be challenging it. The Ice Emperor is finally going to challenge the Hellgate Cerberus. Let's go and see. The Devil Spirit Ancient Country's expert, the Ice Emperor, is finally going to make a move. The Ice Emperor is the patriarch of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country's Lung clan. No one knows what mistake he made, but he was sent to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It is said that when he was a 9th grade sacred venerate, he once fought against a sacred emperor and remained undefeated. If he can defeat the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be able to regain his freedom. However, the Hellgate Cerberus is not something an ordinary sacred emperor can compare to. Can he beat it? While those experts were talking, the Ice Emperor had already arrived in front of the Hellgate Cerberus. The Hellgate Cerberus had already noticed him and opened its 3 pairs of huge eyes. The Ice Emperor did not waste any time and directly launched an attack at the Hellgate Cerberus. Unfortunately, this attack did not even break through the Hellgate Cerberus's defense. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor could not help but stop. Although it was only one attack, he understood the difference between him and the Hellgate Cerberus. Therefore, he could only sigh and find a place to continue cultivating. Sigh, even the Ice Emperor can't break through its defense, let alone us. It's better for us to cultivate. If we can break through to the Sacred Emperor realm, maybe we can. Everyone shook their heads one after another and then went back to cultivate. As for Yi Xian, he was looking at the huge Hellgate Cerberus. Although the Sword Immortal clone's attack was not strong, it had a one-hit kill effect. If it could be triggered, the Hellgate Cerberus would be instantly killed even if it was 10 times stronger. However, the last time Yi Xian used the Sword Immortal clone to break through the ice layer, it took him 500 years. Now, if the Sword Immortal clone was to attack the Sacred Emperor Cerberus, not to mention 500 years, even 1 year would be too long for Yi Xian. It's not like there's no way. As long as I can stay here for a month, there should be no problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was currently only a 1st-rank Saint Lord and Blackhorn was a 5th-rank Saint Lord. He could only fight against a 4th or 5th-rank Saint Venerable. However, if Yi Xian stayed here for a month, he would be able to break through to the 7th-rank Saint Lord. At that time, Blackhorn would be able to fight against the Sacred Emperor Cerberus. Don't forget that Yi Xian still had the Beast God Clock. When the time came, the Hellgate Cerberus would only be able to use 20% of its strength. Next, Yi Xian found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Prince Rong did the same. Chapter 1987. As long as Prince Rong was given some time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recover to 9th rank Saint Venerable. However, he would need a large amount of treasures to recover to Saint Emperor. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't rely on Prince Rong. He had to rely on himself. We'll see in a month. Yi Xian thought to himself. Wasn't it just a Saint Emperor Cerberus? What was there to be afraid of? After that, Yi Xian stayed in the 9th trial of the Ghost Gate for an entire month. After a month, he broke through from 1st rank Saint Lord to 7th rank Saint Lord. Old Tree, Black Horn, Heaven Breaker, and Wei Zhentian all broke through to 2nd rank Saint Emperor. Now, Black Horn's strength was more or less enough to kill this Cerberus. I wonder if there's anyone behind this Cerberus. However, I have the time reversal skill. I'll kill it first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he summoned Black Horn and entered his stomach. Someone is heading towards the Cerberus. Why is it only a Saint Emperor? This black dragon's aura is very different from the one I encountered before. What bloodline does it have? The experts who were trapped in the 9th level of the Gates of Hell were all astonished. Even Prince Rong didn't know what Yi Xian was going to do. If Black Horn and Wei Zhentian work together, it's almost impossible to kill them. However, if Wei Zhentian turns into the Beast God Clock, it should be easier. Yi Xian was in Black Horn's body. After thinking for a while, he directly attacked the Cerberus. This move was the strongest move, the Devouring Dragon's Roar. Furthermore, the Beast God Clock had also appeared. The Cerberus was instantly suppressed by 80% of its strength. The Cerberus sensed an extraordinary aura and immediately raised its head to look, only to discover a black pillar of flames shooting towards it. The Cerberus opened its 3 mouths and spat out 3 black pillars of fire. The 3 pillars of fire merged into one and collided with the Devouring Dragon's Roar. However, this attack was instantly destroyed by the Devouring Dragon's Roar. Boom! The Devouring Dragon roared as it pierced through the Cerberus's body. The devouring effect also devoured the Cerberus completely. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Holy Emperor-level Cerberus had been insta-killed. The entire crowd was shocked. What's going on? Heavens! Even the Ice Emperor couldn't do anything to the Cerberus, but it was killed in an instant. That attack is so terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than the Ice Emperor's attack. The crowd was completely shocked. Yi Xian, who was inside Black Horn's body, couldn't help but smile. He ordered Black Horn to forcefully swallow Prince Rong. Prince Rong, I'll escort you out of here. Yi Xian did not care about the others and directly rushed through the door behind Cerberus. When that group of people saw this scene, they immediately rushed over. Previously, they were blocked by Cerberus behind this door. Now that Cerberus was dead, they might be able to leave this damned place. After Yi Xian passed through the door, he found that it was a dark place. There was no light, but this did not affect Yi Xian at all. Go to the south. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered Black Horn to go to the south. Previously, he had placed a death hunt order on Gu Tianlei. Gu Tianlei was in the south now, so that should be the Zhangyan ancient country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward: Time Bloodline Evolution 1 time. Prince Rong was rescued, and Yi Xian's mission was completed. Perhaps because Yi Xian had been delayed for too long, the reward was not so attractive. However, this was not bad as it slowed down the speed of the devouring space. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years inside. This was too heaven-defying. After Yi Xian, a large number of prisoners came out of the 9 levels. It was likely that the Devil Spirit ancient country would be in chaos. I have rescued Prince Rong. Where are you? Yi Xian quickly sent a message to Gu Tianlei. What? You're out? Gu Tianlei was shocked. When he made a deal with Yi Xian, he thought that even if things went smoothly, it would take at least 10,000 years. He did not expect that Yi Xian only took a few months. This was too terrifying. Now that the Red Dragon territory has been taken over by my Zhangyan ancient country, Quickly go to the Red Dragon territory. I will send someone to receive you. Gu Tianlei regained his senses and replied. Red Dragon territory? No problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was the exit of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Although he did not know where it was, he could ask anyone. However, things were not that simple. At the moment when the Cerberus died, somewhere in the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. The Cerberus is dead? Did someone kill him? The young man raised his eyebrows. The Cerberus he mentioned was the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate, which was also his pet. And he was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Now that the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate was dead, it meant that the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate had been breached. As the warden, he naturally felt ashamed. Damn, you actually killed the Cerberus? See if I don't kill you. The young man's eyes flickered as he passed through several levels and stood in front of the gate. At this time, the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate's body had been completely devoured. There was nothing left. I am guarding the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Only those who submit to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country's imperial family can leave. Now that others have left, they deserve to be punished. The young man did not say anything and went through the gate, starting to chase after the escapees. With his strength, even if he fought against all of them, he would not be able to kill them easily, let alone chase after one of them. However, after he killed a few of the escapees from the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, he felt an aura. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked to the south. This aura directly attracted his attention, so he immediately chased after it. After a while, he caught up with the other party. This aura was left behind by Blackhorn. Yi Xian, who was hurrying on his way, raised his eyebrows as he suddenly felt something. He immediately asked Blackhorn to turn around. He saw a young man quickly approaching him. You're the one who killed my pet? The young man snorted coldly. Pet? Hearing this name, Yi Xian immediately reacted. Could the pet that the young man mentioned be the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate? If that was the case, this young man was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, who was also the crown prince of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country, He Jian. Chapter 1988. Did you kill Hellgate Cerberus? The young man did not answer the question but asked again. So what if I did? Yi Xian replied coldly. Since you did, you deserve to die. The young man's eyes turned cold as he charged toward Blackhorn. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. Yi Xian roared and summoned his sword Celestial Avatar. Together with Blackhorn, they attacked He Jian together. Rumble! Both parties began to fight. Blackhorn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword Celestial Avatar, it was a headache for He Jian. This person has an impossible strength. Where did he come from? He Jian frowned as he thought to himself. The demonic spirit ancient nation was just a small ancient nation. There were middle-grade and high-grade ancient nations above it. However, he felt that even a high-grade ancient nation would not be able to cultivate such a heaven-defying existence. Could it be a dojo? He Jian thought for a while and felt that it was impossible. How could there be a disciple of a dojo in the demonic spirit ancient nation? No matter what, he had to capture Yi Xian first. He Jian is indeed the #1 genius of the demonic spirit ancient nation. He's much stronger than the Cerberus. It'll be difficult for me to get to the Red Dragon Ridge if I'm entangled with him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to use the time reversal skill to return to the past. Last time, he had only stayed for a month, and then he couldn't wait to kill the Cerberus and escape from the 9 levels of the Gates of Hell. This time, he planned to stay for a few more days and leave after he made a breakthrough. This way, even if He Jian came, he would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, if he did that, the reward of the random mission to rescue Prince Rong would be lowered by a level. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Successfully escape and escort Prince Rong to the capital of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian did not want to use the time reversal skill. My luck is good. Mission after mission. After a moment of joy, Yi Xian decided not to tangle with him anymore and turned around to leave. You want to leave? Say. The young man exerted all his strength in an attempt to stop Yi Xian. However, he didn't know Yi Xian's background. Sword Immortal Avatar, go. Yi Xian controlled the Sword Immortal Avatar to leave, but his opponent thought nothing of it. He only attacked Blackhorn. However, with the demonic dragon's heart and the Blackhorn's physique, even if the young man was a second-rank Holy Emperor, he couldn't do anything to the Blackhorn. He could only keep pestering it. After the Sword Immortal Avatar traveled for a while, Yi Xian suddenly used a switch to switch positions with the Sword Immortal Avatar. Following that, Yi Xian got his Sword Immortal Avatar to keep Blackhorn into the devouring space before releasing him with his true body. The young man was astonished. However, he had not pursued the Sword Immortal Avatar because he could tell that it was a puppet. But now, Blackhorn had disappeared and the Sword Immortal Avatar had appeared? He couldn't figure it out. Before he could react, Yi Xian put away the peerless swords and the Sword Immortal Avatar disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this, He Jian couldn't help but curse. He then chased after Yi Xian to the south. At the same time, somewhere in the demonic spirit ancient nation. You want to catch me? You must be dreaming. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He then glanced at the map and estimated that he would be able to enter the Red Dragon territory in about half a day. The Red Dragon territory used to be the demonic spirit ancient nation's territory. However, in the Purgatory battlefield, the Unicorn ancient nation supported by the demonic spirit ancient nation lost. So the Red Dragon territory was given to the Ashen Flame ancient nation. When Yi Xian entered the 9 gates of hell, the Red Dragon territory had already been taken over, so it was now the Ashen Flame ancient nation's territory. As long as he entered the Red Dragon territory, there would be someone to receive him. However, things weren't that simple. I'm finally here. After half a day, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw the huge red dragon head in front of him. It seemed that he had completed his mission this time. He immediately released his sword Celestial Clone, passed through the border checkpoint between the two nations, and then entered the Red Dragon territory by swapping positions. However, at this moment, what a powerful aura! Everyone be careful! The general guarding the border suddenly bellowed. The soldiers squinted their eyes and saw that the newcomer was actually a sage emperor. At the border between the two nations, any sage emperor experts were not allowed to enter the other nation's territory unless they were invited by the other nation. The general guarding the border had not received any news, so what was the newcomer doing here? This sage emperor was He Jian, who was chasing after Yi Xian. He quickly flashed to the front of the Red Dragon territory's wall and said in surprise, "The Ashen Flame ancient nation's armor. What's going on? Who are you? Tell me your name." The general guarding the border shouted. "An ant-like existence like you is not worthy to know my name." He Jian did not say anything and directly attacked. As a second-grade sage emperor, he instantly killed the general who was only a 9th-grade sage venerable. He Jian had been in seclusion somewhere in the 9 gates of hell, so he did not know that the Red Dragon territory had been assigned to the Ashen Flame ancient nation. Now that he had killed the border general of the Ashen Flame ancient nation, he had already caused a huge commotion. He did not care about anything else and directly entered the Red Dragon territory to continue chasing after Yi Xian. F***ck, this guy wants to start a war between the two nations. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the sword Celestial Clone had already separated from him. Even if the other party came, it would be useless. Gu Tunlei, He Jian broke through the Red Dragon Pass. Yi Xian hastily sent a message to Gu Tianlei. This guy must not know about the Red Dragon territory. Delay him for a while, I will be there soon. Gu Tianlei replied. Although the other party could not do anything to Blackhorn, Yi Xian was too lazy to fight with him. He Jian, do you know that the Red Dragon territory is now the territory of the Ashen Flame ancient nation? Yi Xian suddenly shouted. What? He Jian was slightly surprised when he heard that. Since when did the Red Dragon territory become the territory of the Ashen Flame ancient nation? However, when he thought of the new border in the Red Dragon territory, he felt that something was amiss. He had already invaded the territory of the Ashen Flame ancient nation and even killed the border general of the Ashen Flame ancient nation. No matter what, You have to stay. He Jian's eyes flickered as he attacked Yi Xian again. F***ck, don't force me to use time reversal to kill you. Yi Xian scolded angrily. This time, he did not want to use time reversal. However, if He Jian was looking for death, he did not mind using it once. However, if he did that, he would not be able to complete his random mission. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He Jian! The other party shouted angrily. When He Jian heard the voice, he immediately turned around. Chapter 1989. Gu Tianlei? He Jian couldn't help but shout. How could he not know Gu Tianlei, the favorite of the vicissitudes flame ancient country's emperor? He Jian, you have invaded my vicissitudes flame ancient country's territory. Gu Tianlei said. When did the Red Dragon territory become your vicissitudes flame ancient country's territory? He Jian couldn't help but ask. The battle in the Purgatory battlefield has ended. My vicissitudes flame ancient country won. Gu Tianlei replied. Now He Jian understood. I don't know about that. He Jian replied coldly. Since that's the case, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. No. He Jian glanced at Blackhorn and said, he killed my woman, so I'm going to capture him. Slave? Gu Tianlei was astonished when he heard this. Yi Xian killed the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate? When Gu Tianlei heard the news, he thought it was due to the help of an expert. He didn't expect it to be like this. This person entered my country to celebrate the festival. Naturally, my vicissitudes flame ancient country will deal with him. My vicissitudes flame ancient country will get to the bottom of this matter. He Jian quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. He Jian wanted to speak, but in the next moment, he saw Gu Tianlei take out a communication token. Gu Tianlei's expression changed drastically. He Jian, although you don't know about this, you have killed one of my country's border generals. Since that's the case, I can only capture you. Gu Tianlei said. With just you? He Jian's eyes flickered. With just me, it's enough. Gu Tianlei didn't say anything and directly attacked. On the other side, Yi Xian immediately ordered Blackhorn to attack. He Jian couldn't do anything to him before, and now with Gu Tianlei, his chances of winning were much higher. Rumble. In an instant, both sides began to fight. However, it had to be said that He Jian was very strong. After all, he was the crown prince of the devil spirit ancient country. However, Gu Tianlei wasn't weak either, and with Blackhorn, He Jian was suppressed. It seems like there's no other way. Let's go. He Jian decisively turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Gu Tianlei's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, He Jian immediately turned his head and found that there were still two auras rapidly approaching. Including Gu Tianlei, there were actually 3 second-rank holy emperors. Bastard, you're trying to start a war between the two nations. He Jian shouted angrily. He could deal with Gu Tianlei and Blackhorn, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people from the other side to intercept him. This was going to be troublesome. Although you're the future emperor of the devil spirit ancient country, you can't trespass into my vicissitude flame ancient country's territory and kill my country's general. Naturally, I'll have to capture you and bring you back to the capital for His Majesty to deal with. Gu Tianlei's voice entered He Jian's ears. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in He Jian's mind. Could this be a scheme of the Ashen Flame ancient country? His goal was to lure him across the border? Bastard, you want to catch me? No way. He Jian cursed. Suddenly his aura surged, scaring Gu Tianlei and the others into retreating. In the end, with a bang, He Jian's body actually exploded. He had self-destructed. Isn't He Jian a little too crazy? We're just trying to capture him. Is there a need for him to self-destruct? Gu Tianlei was shocked, but in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. No, that's just a clone, not He Jian's main body. He finally reacted. Previously, they wanted to capture He Jian to extort a sum of money. After all, He Jian had killed one of the vicissitude flame ancient country's border generals. However, He Jian's self-destruction was illogical. That was why Gu Tianlei checked carefully. Sure enough, it wasn't He Jian's main body. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had successfully sent Prince Rong to the vicissitude flame ancient country's territory. However, the random mission requirement was to send Prince Rong back to the capital. Hence, the mission had yet to be completed. Subsequently, Yi Xian released Prince Rong. "Greetings, Prince Rong." Gu Tianlei and the others immediately cupped their fists and greeted Prince Rong. "Rise," Prince Rong said. Then, his gaze fell on the Sword Celestial's clone and said, "This young man is young and capable. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to leave the 9 gates of hell. I must reward him handsomely." Gu Tianlei did not expect Yi Xian to be able to rescue Prince Rong. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's talent, he was a little speechless. Could this young man be a disciple of the dojo who came here to train? Gu Tianlei had some doubts in his heart. However, it was better to wait until they reached the capital. They immediately started their journey. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian arrived at the capital of the vicissitude flame ancient country. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward: Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement 1 time. The system notified. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard the system's notification. The reward this time was really generous. The Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement would increase his combat strength by a lot. If he used the single Sword Celestial Ascension, the chances of triggering the one-hit kill effect would also be higher. Awesome. One should know that he had already upgraded the one with the sword and the Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement. From now on, he would need to consume 6 Devour points for every upgrade. In other words, this random mission was equivalent to 6 Devour points. However, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he would need 9 Devour points. Gu Tianlei and Prince Rong brought Yi Xian into the palace and met the Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country. Although the Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was only a first-grade sacred emperor, he was adept at governing the country and was well-liked by the people. Confer upon Yi Xian the rank of first-grade consecrator. Bestow upon him a mansion in the palace and beautiful women. The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was not stingy. He directly rewarded Yi Xian with a lot of things that were enough for him to cultivate to a high-level sacred venerable. However, it was a pity that he was not interested in such things. Imperial brother, Yi Xian's talent is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Don't you think it's too tacky to just give him these things? At this time, Prince Rong suddenly said, "You mean?" The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country was stunned. If I remember correctly, the disciples of my vicissitude flame ancient country's imperial family will be heading to the Golden Feather training ground soon, right? Prince Rong said, "That's right. Imperial brother, do you mean to let Yi Xian take one of the spots?" The Emperor of the vicissitude flame ancient country asked. "That's right. With Yi Xian's talent, even the top genius of my vicissitude flame ancient country will be overshadowed by him. He will definitely be able to obtain one of the spots and even pass the training grounds test." Prince Rong nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "What's a training ground?" "You don't know?" Prince Rong turned around in astonishment. He thought that Yi Xian was a disciple of the training ground. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? Chapter 1990. Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. Prince Rong was shocked. If Yi Xian didn't come from a dojo, where else could nurture such a genius? Fighting across 2 realms was simply too dangerous. If he joins the Golden Feather Dojo, he'll definitely become the most dazzling star of the Golden Feather Dojo. Then, our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom will rise as well. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's Emperor, Prince Rong, and Gu Tianlei all thought so. At this time, Gu Tianlei explained to Yi Xian, both our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom and Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom are established around the Golden Feather Dojo. The Golden Feather Dojo is a colossus. It's said that they have half-step Dao Lord experts. Of course, the Golden Feather Dojo we're talking about is just a branch established on the 2nd heaven. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned again and said in shock, "The 2nd heaven again. The heavens have a total of 9 heavens. The place where it now is the 1st heaven, and the Golden Feather Dojo branch is at the 2nd heaven. The 2nd heaven is much better than the 1st heaven. The treasures, environment, opportunities, and so on are all incomparable to the first heaven. Prince Rong explained. The ninth heaven? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he'd seen such a thing. We don't know much about the ninth heaven, but it's said that the Golden Feather Dojo's headquarters is one of the top forces in the third heaven. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor said. Then, what's the half-step Dao Lord realm? Yi Xian asked again. After the Sage Emperor realm, one begins to touch the heavenly Dao. Half-step Heavenly Lord, Invincible Heavenly Lord, and half-step Dao Lord is after the Invincible Heavenly Lord realm. This realm isn't something we can understand. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor shook his head. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly and stopped asking. After all, he was only a Saint Lord right now. After the Saint Lord, there were Saint Emperors, and Saint Emperors. He was too far away from that realm. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor added, since that's the case, it's settled then. At that time, Yi Xian, you and the elites of our Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family will proceed to the Dao Plaza together to participate in the examination. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Xian thanked him. He originally thought that he was almost at the peak of the world, but he didn't expect that it was only the tip of the iceberg. But this was also good. He had only just started to warm up after cultivating until now. She wondered how powerful he would be when he broke through to that realm. After that, Yi Xian settled down in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial palace. Due to He Jian's previous trespass, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country had pressured the Devil Spirit Ancient Country and demanded a sum of compensation. The Devil Spirit Ancient Country was a little sad. Not only were they forced to pass the 9 gates of hell, but He Jian's clone was also destroyed. It was equivalent to having one of their teeth broken. They could only swallow it. For the next period of time, Yi Xian rested in his own residence. As time passed, his cultivation continued to rise. 10 days later, ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Saint Lord. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-splitting Divine Ape, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon. Currently, you are a 4th grade Saint Emperor. After breaking through, their strength had greatly increased. If the current Yi Xian were to go crazy, no one in the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country would be able to stop him. However, he didn't lack cultivation resources now. Therefore, he didn't go berserk and destroy the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, he couldn't be bothered to go to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Soon it was time. Today, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's team was ready to set off. They were preparing to head to the end of the first heaven, where the path to the second heaven was. When Yi Xian arrived at the gathering point, he saw the elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family staring at him. I heard that the black dragon behind him has the strength to fight with the 9th stage prison warden, He Jian. That's too terrifying. Could it be that he was nurtured by a mid or high-grade ancient country? He will definitely pass the test and enter the Golden Feather Training Ground. We must curry favor with him later. Who knows, he might take care of us. These elites of the imperial family weren't old, but the strongest among them was already a 9th grade Saint Venerable, which just happened to meet the requirements of the Golden Feather Training Ground. Although the strongest was Black Horn, Yi Xian was definitely not easy to deal with since he could tame such a black dragon. Even if he was just a 9th grade Saint Lord, he still couldn't be underestimated. Indeed, if Yi Xian went all out, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than the old tree. Although he couldn't be compared to Black Horn, he could still deal with these elites of the imperial family. After all, he was a super genius that had passed the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials. If he had a little more time, he might be able to challenge the 19th floor. At this time, a golden rock suddenly descended from the sky. There were several figures on its back, and Gu Tunlei was among them. This is the only Saint Emperor level Saint Beast in our Pale Flame Ancient Country. This time, it will be carrying us to the teleportation point of the second heavens. The elites of the imperial family recognized it. Alright, come on up, Gu Tianlei shouted. Then, the group of elites all jumped on the golden rock's back. However, Yi Xian didn't. Black Horn was 100 times stronger than this golden rock. Why would he need it to carry them? Gu Tianlei didn't say anything. He felt that Yi Xian's strength had increased a lot after 10 days. He was afraid that even he wouldn't be his opponent. Then, the group of people started to hurry on their journey. 2 days later, the group of people arrived at a teleportation point. The Golden Feather Training Grounds emissary should have already arrived at the teleportation point. When they were done with the teleportation, they saw the people from the Golden Feather Training Ground waiting for them. "Greetings, emissary." Gu Tianlei immediately led Yi Xian and the others to greet the emissary. This time, the emissary was a middle-aged man. Although his appearance was ordinary, he didn't have the slightest bit of aura. So strong, he's at least a high-level Saint Emperor. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, even a high-level Saint Emperor wouldn't be enough. After all, even the Second Heaven's Golden Feather Training Grounds branch had Heavenly Monarch Realm experts. Pale Flame Ancient Country, huh? Let's wait first. The emissary shouted. Gu Tianlei was stunned, but he didn't ask any questions. He stood there and waited. A while later, another group of people landed. When Gu Tianlei took a closer look, he realized that they were from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. "Your 2 countries are the last group, go." After the emissary finished speaking, he casually slashed at the sky. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. The sky actually cracked open. "Go!" Before they could react, they were surrounded by a mass of energy, and then rose rapidly. Chapter 1991. It turned out that the middle-aged man was not a high-level Saint Emperor, but a half-step Heavenly Lord. Only half-step Heavenly Lords and above could break the heavens and bring everyone from the first heaven to the second heaven without the need to go through a transmission formation. This is too terrifying. He actually has the means to break the heavens. Is this the strength of a half-step Heavenly Lord? Yi Xian looked at the dark surroundings and could not help but think. This was the space between the first heaven and the second heaven. There was nothing here. Yi Xian originally thought that they would have to pass through the starry sky. He did not expect that it would be complete darkness. Therefore, he thought that the universe might be after the 9th heaven. However, there was still a distance between the first heaven and the second heaven. Although there was an expert leading the way, they still took a few days to see the light. After a while, the second heaven were finally here. Yi Xian and the others' vision shook. The Saint Chi here was more than 10 times denser than the first heaven. Next is the initial test. Each of you will attack me once. If you meet the standard, you can join the Golden Plume Training Ground, said the Training Ground Envoy. As soon as he said that, some people were puzzled. Why not take the test at the first heaven? What if they did not pass the test? Sir Envoy, what if we don't pass the test? Someone asked. If you don't pass the test, you can become a servant. If you have some achievements in the future, you can be promoted to a disciple, replied the Training Ground Envoy. The test was very simple. It was to test one's attack power. Of course, everyone knew that the standard of the test would change according to their cultivation level. Then, someone walked out and attacked the dojo emissary. This was an 8th grade Saint Venerable, an elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family. If he attacked with his full strength, he could kill a 9th grade Saint Venerable. However, to everyone's surprise, unqualified. After he finished attacking, the Training Ground Envoy said, "Such a powerful attack, but he did not pass." It seemed that the training ground was very strict in its recruitment. Then, a 9th grade Saint Venerable walked out and attacked with an attack that could threaten a Saint Emperor. Barely qualified. Hearing that person grinned. Then, the people of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country and the Devil Spirit Ancient Country walked out one after another and started attacking. In addition to the unqualified, the evaluation of barely qualified was heard. At this time, the first elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country walked out and attacked the Training Ground Envoy. Boom! Although the attack was easily dispersed by the emissary, it still made him raise an eyebrow and say, "Qualified." Previously, it was always fail and barely pass. Now, he finally heard pass. However, behind this elite from the Ashen Flame Ancient Country was a young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Who? That youth was only a rank 9 holy exalted, but his attacks were extremely powerful. Not bad. The eyes of the envoy lit up as he made a comment. That's right, it's clearly higher than passing. Strange, who is this? Why haven't I heard of him before? Me too, there doesn't seem to be such a person, right? Could it be a hidden genius of the Devil Spirit ancient country? The elites of the Ashen Flame ancient country were discussing in low voices. At this time, the young man from the Devil Spirit ancient kingdom suddenly turned towards Yi Xian and smiled. You smiled at me? What does that mean? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't recognize this young man at all. This was the first time they had met, yet the other party was smiling at him. What was he trying to do? Could it be that this young man was a freak with a homosexual fetish? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder and turned his head away. After a while, most of the people were done with the test. There were less than 10 people who barely passed. Yi Xian paused for a moment before he walked out. Rank 9 Holy Exalted. The envoy was a little surprised. The weakest among the people here was a high-level Holy Emperor. Now that there was a high-level Holy Exalted, would there be a surprise? Because this was a test, Yi Xian couldn't let Blackhorn make a move. However, his strength wasn't weak either. Slaughter form. Sword Immortal Descend. Single Sword Immortal Ascension. Yi Xian directly opened up his firepower and charged towards the envoy. Swish. With a flash of white light, the single kill sword in Yi Xian's hand was caught by the envoy's 2 fingers. However, the envoy's expression was very interesting. A rank 9 Holy Exalted can actually display the combat strength of a Holy Emperor. The envoy was shocked. This was a battle that was more than a dozen realms higher. Even those elites just now were only 1 or 2 realms higher. However, Yi Xian was more than a dozen realms higher. Terrifying. Everyone present was scared out of their wits. At first, the people from the Devil Spirit ancient nation looked down on Yi Xian. But now, no one dared to do so. Yi Xian's attack had the power to kill most of them. Sword Immortal Descend has evolved once and its power has increased greatly. Fortunately, it didn't kill the envoy instantly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He was a rank 9 Holy Exalted while the envoy was a half-step Heavenly Exalted. There was a difference of a few realms between them. If he could kill the envoy instantly, he would have to use up his lifetime of luck. I give this attack the highest evaluation, special grade. The envoy couldn't help but say. Once this was said, everyone was shocked. However, this evaluation wasn't enough for Yi Xian. After all, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't expect someone to surpass them by more than a dozen realms. Therefore, this evaluation was far from enough. What a terrifying attack. I'm 2 realms higher than him, but his attack is actually stronger than mine. Who is this person? When did such a genius appear in the Ashen Flame ancient nation? Could he be from a high-ranked ancient nation? Not to mention a high-ranked ancient nation, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't be able to find such a genius. Maybe he just cultivated a super powerful martial art. Once he breaks through, his ability to challenge those with higher realms will be greatly reduced. The people from the Devil Spirit ancient nation couldn't help but discuss in private. Even the people from the Ashen Flame ancient nation were the same. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be so heaven-defying. Before this, they didn't know much about Yi Xian. They only knew that Yi Xian's Black Dragon could fight with the Ghost Gate's 9th stage warden, He Jian. Who would have thought that Yi Xian's strength would be so strong? At the same time, among the people from the Devil Spirit ancient nation, there was a person whose eyes were emitting killing intent. It was the young man who was given a good evaluation by the envoy. This brat's strength is actually so strong. If he cooperated with me that day, I wouldn't have to run away. The young man thought in his heart. At this time, what's your name? Chapter 1992. Messenger, my name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. I didn't expect to see a genius like you in the first layer of heaven. It's really a blessing that my golden feather training ground has cultivated for countless years. I reckon that if the experts in the training ground were to know about this, you would definitely become the target of their competition, said the emissary. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard this. To be accepted as a disciple by an expert? That didn't seem to be necessary, right? Due to his low cultivation level, he didn't lack cultivation resources. What he lacked was time. Being accepted as a disciple by an expert of the training ground would bring him unnecessary trouble. For example, if he broke through too quickly, he might meet someone like Zhou Zong, his first master in the mortal world. He suddenly remembered that Zhou Zong had tried to possess his body and was killed by him instead. I lack time, so there's no need to show such heaven-defying talent. Yi Xian thought to himself and used the time reversal skill. Time returned to the time when he first met the messenger. Then, he was brought to the second heaven and started the test. This time, he didn't show such heaven-defying strength. He just passed the test. This way, he wouldn't attract attention. "Alright, is there anyone who doesn't pass the test and wants to go back?" asked the messenger symbolically. However, no one answered. Speaking of which, even being a servant was better than being an emperor in a low-level ancient country. After all, the Golden Feather Training Ground was a colossus. The headmaster of the training ground was a half-step Dao Lord. This Dao Field envoy brought Yi Xian and the others all the way to the Golden Feather Dao Field a few days later. Yi Xian was now a first-rank Holy Emperor, while Old Tree and the others were fifth-rank Holy Emperors. Although they could fight against high-level Holy Emperors, their strength was still insufficient in the Golden Feather Training Ground. The area you're in belongs to Kanglin Island. When the time comes, someone will answer your questions. Let's go. After the dojo emissary finished speaking, he placed everyone on an island and left. As soon as they landed, two people walked over. It's the Crown Prince. The people from the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation immediately recognized him. The first prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country, Gu Feng, had joined the Golden Feather Training Ground a long time ago. Currently, he was already a fourth-grade Holy Emperor. Then, he took the elites of the imperial family away. As for the other person, he took the people of the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom away. After entering the Golden Feather Dao Ground, all the people from our area would come to the Green Orchid Island. The island master of the Green Orchid Island is called Huozhen, and he is the crown prince of the Dual Polarity Ancient Kingdom. He has touched the Heavenly Dao and is now a half-step Heavenly Lord. The Crown Prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country said. Everyone was new here, so they listened attentively. Blue Orchid Island is a bit different from the other islands because it was recently established. There are many places on the island, such as the Martial Skill Pavilion, the Cultivation Pagoda, etc. However, these places must be opened. When the Green Orchid Island was first established, these places were not opened yet. After that, more and more disciples joined the island and opened up these places. Now, the Martial Skill Pavilion, the Cultivation Pagoda, and other places have been opened to the third floor. These are all thanks to Senior Huozhen's efforts. When the Crown Prince of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country finished speaking, everyone was surprised. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. "Your Highness, how can we raise the level of these places?" Someone immediately asked. In the center of the Green Orchid Island, there is a Golden Feather Island Pass. As long as we can overcome the first pass, the first seal on those places will be unlocked, and the protective array will be activated. Every time we overcome a pass, one seal will be unlocked. Gu Feng replied. I see. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. In that case, as long as the fourth pass is not overcome, there will be no changes to the Green Orchid Island. The Saint Chi on the Green Orchid Island is too abundant. I estimate that I can cultivate to the Holy Emperor realm in less than 100 years. Can we ask those powerful senior brothers to help us overcome the passes? Gu Feng replied, You can, but you will need to pay them. Those senior brothers from the other islands like to bully new disciples like us. They will definitely ask for a high reward. That's right. It's better to overcome it ourselves. Everyone nodded. Gu Feng then led them to his residential area in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out that there were hundreds of elite disciples from other ancient countries on the Green Orchid Island. The Ashen Flame Ancient Country was just a low-ranked ancient country. It was insignificant here. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire green orchid island began to tremble. Sea beasts are attacking the protective array. A loud shout was heard. Then, the experts on the green orchid island leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the tremors. "Your Highness, this is," someone immediately asked in confusion. "Our golden feather training ground is built in the middle of the sea. Some sea beasts will attack the island from time to time. That's why we need the protective array." Gu Feng paused for a moment and said, "If our protective array is not strong enough, this island will remain silent in the sea. At that time, we will be expelled from the golden feather training ground." Expelled from the golden feather training ground? Everyone was shocked to hear that. That's right. We will be expelled from the golden feather training ground. However, this is already good enough. If powerful sea beasts attack the island, it will be difficult to survive. It said that there was once a person who provoked an advanced half-heavenly Lord Realm's Saint Beast in the sea. He was chased all the way back to the island. In the end, their island was devoured by a group of beasts that chased after them. No one survived. After hearing Gu Feng's words, everyone could not help but shudder. It seemed that there was still danger in the golden feather training ground. However, with their current cultivation level, they were unable to interfere in a battle of this level. Fortunately, the strength of the green orchid island was not bad among the new islands. The group of attacking sea beasts was quickly annihilated. By the way, if you have a large number of sea beast corpses, you can also upgrade the level of the island. If you kill sea beasts, you can choose to hand them over to the golden feather training ground. Not only will you obtain heavenly treasures, but as long as you meet the requirements, the level of the island will be upgraded. Gu Feng reminded them and left. The golden feather training ground advocated self-cultivation unless one had a heaven-defying aptitude. Chapter 1993. If he was in the cultivation tower, it would be 10,000 times faster. Moreover, there were places on the island like the Martial Skills Pavilion that were open to the public for free. Unfortunately, this didn't have the slightest bit of strength for Yi Xian. This was because he didn't need to cultivate, nor did he need to practice any martial arts. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Upgrade Kanglin Island's level. A system notification rang out. Upgrade Kanglin Island's level? And there's no reward? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. From his previous experience, he knew that once a random mission was triggered, as long as the reward was not immediately displayed, it meant that it was related to the completion of the mission. The time limit was 1 month. After 1 month, the higher the level of Kanglin Island, the greater the reward Yi Xian would receive. Gu Feng had said that if he wanted to upgrade Kanglin Island's level, he would have to conquer Jinyu Island Pass and submit a large number of sea monster corpses to Jinyu Palace. Yi Xian thought about it for a moment. With his current cultivation, it was probably impossible for him to pass the 4th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass. After all, even Huijin, who was half a step into the Heavenly Monarch realm, was unable to do so. However, if he wanted to upgrade such a large island, he would need an astronomical number of sea monster corpses. Therefore, Yi Xian hesitated. Let's take a look at Jinyu Island Pass first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He asked the senior brothers around him about the location of Jinyu Island Pass and then walked over. After a while, Jinyu Island Pass is to enter a new island and keep defending it. Then we will kill the sea monsters that are attacking Kanglin Island. If the number of sea monsters guarding the island reaches a certain level, we will fail. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first level was to face 10,000 3rd-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters attacking Kanglin Island. The second level was to face 10,000 6th-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters. The third level was to face 10,000 9th-grade Divine Emperor sea monsters. If this pattern continued, then the 4th stage would be 10,000 3rd-grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts. It was said that Huijin had just become a half-step Heavenly Lord. Therefore, it would not be easy for him to fend off so many sea monsters. One had to know that only 10 people could challenge the island pass at a time. Of course, if there were 10 experts like Huijin, they would definitely be able to pass the 4th test. If we invite a few half-heavenly lords to help us pass the fourth test, Kanglin Island will be upgraded to level 4. The facilities on the island will be upgraded as well. Everyone will be able to cultivate faster and earn back the money we spent on hiring people. However, I heard that Huozhen has a strong ego and has no intention of hiring people. Yi Xian thought to himself as he left Jinyu Island Pass. Although he had broken through to the first-rank Holy Emperor, his strength was only at the low-rank Holy Emperor level. Even Blackhorn was only at the mid-rank Holy Emperor level. If that was the case, it would not be enough to clear the 4th stage of Jinyu Island Pass. Looks like I'll have to make a breakthrough first. Once my cultivation is higher, I'll be able to do it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to his residence. Although his cultivation was different from others, there was no need for him to use this period of time to hunt sea beasts. After all, the effect of this was negligible. Time slowly passed. Half a month later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th-rank Holy Emperor. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-breaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. Host is now a 8th-rank Holy Emperor. Yi Xian and the others were more than 10 times stronger than they were half a month ago. Blackhorn's strength was estimated to be at the 9th-rank Holy Emperor level now. However, the people in Jinyu Island Pass were all elites. Their ability to challenge those of a higher rank would be greatly reduced. However, during this half a month, Yi Xian came up with an idea. However, this idea could only be carried out by the Island Lord of Kanglin Island. Yi Xian immediately went to Huozhen's residence to look for him. As the Island Lord of Kanglin Island, Huozhen must have many ancient countries under him. However, Yi Xian was stopped on his way. "Who are you looking for?" asked a young man. "I'm looking for Senior Huozhen," replied Yi Xian directly. "Senior Huozhen, do you think you can find him just because you want to? Get lost." The young man's expression immediately changed and he chased Yi Xian away. When Yi Xian heard this, it seemed that he could not be kind anymore. He had to fight his way in. However, at this moment, the young man suddenly raised an eyebrow. "You're from the Ashen Flame ancient country? So what if I am?" asked Yi Xian in return. "Nothing." The young man's sudden attack caught Yi Xian off guard. Although this was Kanglin Island, they were still part of Jinyu Island. How could they allow their disciples to kill each other? Of course not. However, there was no one else around. When the young man saw that Yi Xian was only a holy emperor, he wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he had provoked the wrong person. After a flash of sword light, the young man's head was chopped off by Yi Xian. He died tragically in an instant. He definitely did not expect that he could not even deal with Yi Xian, a 4th-grade holy emperor, when he was only a 4th-grade holy emperor. "Let me see why you want to kill me." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He asked Wei Zhentian to transform into the beast god Bell and searched the young man's soul. After that, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the young man was from the Devil Spirit ancient country and the one who ordered him to kill him was He Jian. Devil Spirit ancient country, huh? If I have the time, I'll go back and destroy you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked in. This was near Huozhen's residence. There were many experts here. Yi Xian would definitely be intercepted. He had no choice but to fight his way in. Rumble! A series of loud noises rang out. The people on Kanglin Island were shocked. There was someone who dared to fight on Kanglin Island. Didn't he know that Senior Huozhen had forbidden it? "Hey, how dare you ignore Senior Huozhen's rules? You're courting death. Where did this trash come from? How dare you trespass? Everyone be careful. This person is very strange." The group of experts surrounded Blackhorn. At this moment, Yi Xian had already hidden in Blackhorn's body. Blackhorn was only a holy emperor. Everyone did not take him seriously. However, the strength he displayed was very shocking. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated several high-level holy emperors. The commotion was extremely loud. Naturally, it attracted Huozhen's attention. He quickly rushed out and saw the battle. An 8th-grade holy emperor fighting dozens of high-level holy emperors alone? Huozhen was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. In the past, he was only an 8th grade holy emperor. At most, he could fight against a 5th grade holy venerate. However, this black dragon was more than 10 levels higher. It was too terrifying. Everyone stop. Chapter 1994. You're finally out? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he watched Hu Zhen, who emitted the aura of an expert, approach. Who are you? Why are you trespassing? Hu Zhen couldn't help but ask. Me? I'm also from Golden Orchid Island. I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. Yi Xian said slowly. Collaboration? Hu Zhen was confused. It's simple. I can help you deal with the 4th obstacle. Yi Xian said. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Senior Hu Zhen couldn't do it. Some people couldn't believe it. Although Yi Xian's strength was shocking, it was the 4th obstacle of Golden Feather Island. There were 10,000 sea beasts that were equivalent to 3rd grade half-heavenly lords. Even one of them was enough to kill everyone except Hu Zhen, let alone 10,000. However, Hu Zhen asked curiously, what do you have in mind? I have a Dharma treasure that can suppress 80% of the sea beast's combat strength. At the same time, I have countless puppets that can fend off the sea beasts and give you time to kill them all. Yi Xian replied. A Dharma treasure? Hu Zhen was intrigued when he heard this. Suppressing 80% of the sea beast's combat strength and suppressing all the sea beasts would greatly reduce the difficulty of their mission. However, this was too ridiculous. He wanted to test it out. He immediately sent someone to capture a sea beast. Yi Xian took out the beast god clock and suppressed 80% of the sea beast's combat strength. We can challenge Golden Feather Island at any time. There's no limit to the number of times we can challenge it. However, the 4th obstacle is too dangerous. Once something unexpected happens, there will be casualties. Hu Zhen thought of this again, so she was still hesitating. What do you want in exchange for working with me? Hu Zhen asked. Pass Golden Feather Island and raise the level of Golden Orchid Island. Everyone will benefit. As for the reward, you can decide for yourself. Yi Xian said casually. Right now, he was not lacking in worldly treasures. Hu Zhen was a half-step Heavenly Lord realm expert. He reckoned that he could easily cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm, or even a mid-level Saint Emperor realm expert. Awesome. Hu Zhen's eyes lit up. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try? If you pass, you'll be the Vice Island Master of Kanglin Island. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, then according to Hu Zhen's own estimates, this 4th trial would still take 10,000 years. However, if they could pass the test now, they would be able to save 10,000 years. Everyone would be able to enjoy the benefits of a Grade 4 island 10,000 years earlier. Then, they would be able to widen the gap between them and the new islands and become the overlords of the new islands. After that, Hu Zhen led 8 9th-rank Saint Emperors and Yi Xian to Jinyu Island. They had already passed the first 3 stages, and they had been stuck at the 4th stage for many years. If they could pass it this time, it would definitely be good news. Only 10 people can pass the test. Although your dragon is strong, but... Before Hu Zhen could finish, Yi Xian interrupted him. My doppelganger can go in. Black Cove won't take up a spot. All right, let's go in. Hu Zhen activated the teleportation formation without hesitation. After a while, they arrived at a new scene. It was still an island. It is said that this Goldfeather Island Pass is a super sacred tool, and it is not an illusion array. These sea beasts were all captured by the Goldfeather Palace, so there might be danger. If there is danger, just shout, give up, and this sacred tool will send us back. Hu Zhen said to Yi Xian. Understood. Yi Xian had already summoned his sword Immortal Doppelganger and Black Cove. Rumble. Just then the island began to tremble. The sea beast's attacks will increase bit by bit. The first wave will only be 100. Hu Zhen said. With their strength, they should be able to handle the first wave. After all, they were the elites of Jinyu Palace. How could they not handle the first wave? The other 8 were also carefully selected by him. They all knew how to form a battle formation, so they could kill the sea beasts faster than ordinary people. At this time, Wei Zhentian had turned into the beast god Bell and was guarding the center of the island. After a while, some sea beasts climbed onto the island and charged at them. However, when they entered the beast god Bell's range, their speed dropped sharply, and their combat strength dropped by 80%. Just as I thought. Hua Zhen's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged out. At the same time, Yi Xian summoned countless immortal-slaying puppets and immortal-eliminating arrows. The beast god Bell began to make a faint sound. The beast god Bell not only suppressed the sea beast's combat strength, but also had a chance of controlling them. While Hua Zhen and the others were killing the sea beasts, the beast god Bell kept ringing, causing the sea beasts to suffer and their combat strength to drop again. Soon, the 100 sea beasts in the first wave were all killed. Brother Yi Xian, your Dharma treasure is so powerful. With it, we might be able to pass the 4th stage. This new island group is mostly 3rd-class islands. If we can upgrade to 4th-class islands, the other islands will definitely be taken over by us. Yes, by then, our Kanglin Island will become stronger and stronger. Everyone nodded. In this new island group, there were dozens of new islands. Everyone wanted to upgrade to 4th-class islands first. If Kanglin Island was the first to upgrade to 4th-class island, the disciples of the surrounding islands would choose to join Kanglin Island. Even the island owners might abandon their islands to join them. We can't let our guard down. The first wave only had 100 sea beasts, the second wave had 200, and so on. There will be 14 waves of sea beasts. The first 13 waves have a total of 9,100 sea beasts, and the last wave has 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. We must kill the sea beasts as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, we might fail before the sea beast king appears. Hua Zhen said. Yes, senior brother. Everyone nodded and began to wait quietly. Although this island was not big, it had a much wider range than the beast god Bell. Therefore, Yi Xian could only stay in the center. As for Hua Zhen and the others, they were at the edge of the range. They would attack as soon as the sea beasts stepped into this area. I need to summon more immortal-slaying puppets and immortal-eliminating arrows to kill the sea beasts quickly. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the devouring space and the support of countless sacred beasts, he could fill up the slaughter mark whenever he wanted to. In this way, he could summon countless immortal-slaying puppets and immortal-eliminating arrows. Although the immortal-slaying puppets were not as strong as the others, they had the advantage of numbers. Chapter 1995. Soon, the second wave of sea beasts was defeated. Not a single one was left. That's terrifying. Brother Yi Xian is not only a beast tamer, but also a puppet master. He can control so many puppets at the same time. That's terrifying. There must be more than 10,000 of them, right? Looks like we might be able to pass the 4th stage this time. The surrounding people laughed. However, this was not the time to relax. They had to quickly recover their saint power and prepare for the next wave of attacks. After a while, the third wave of 300 sea beasts arrived. However, this time, Yi Xian had already stacked the number of immortal-slaying puppets to 30,000. These immortal-slaying puppets attacked the sea beasts as soon as they entered the range of the beast god clock. After a while, all the sea beasts were annihilated. Moreover, the group also obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. These could be used to exchange for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, these were the corpses of third-stage half-heavenly lords. As for Yi Xian, he also collected a lot of corpses. However, he did not plan to exchange them. He planned to collect them and let Wei Zhentian transform them into the 1,000-beast cauldron. He would then refine these corpses into 1,000-beast pills. Although Blackhorn's realm was almost fixed, Luo could continue to consume the 1,000-beast pills. Furthermore, with the devouring space flow, Luo could increase her cultivation rapidly. However, this would have to wait until later. With Yi Xian around, the first wave of sea beasts was nothing to be afraid of. However, after the 10th wave, things became a little more difficult. The 10th wave consisted of 1,000 sea beasts. Yi Xian's immortal-slaying puppets and celestial extinguishing arrows had a time limit. Hence, the sea beasts began to pile up. When there were only 100 sea beasts left in the 10th wave, the 11th wave arrived. Then, there were only 300 sea beasts left. When the 12th wave arrived, The total number of sea beasts exceeded 1,500. The fourth stage of Goldfeather Island had a limit of 2,000 sea beasts. In other words, when the 13th wave arrived, there could not be more than 700 sea beasts on the island. Otherwise, they would fail the challenge. Everyone, let's work harder, Wuxian shouted. Although there was pressure, they were motivated. After all, they only made it through the first wave. And now it was the 12th wave. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they still couldn't resist so many sea beasts. After all, these were third-grade half-heavenly lords. Even if their strength was reduced by 80%, they were still extremely powerful. Therefore, they still failed. When the 2000th sea beast landed on the island, everyone turned into a ray of white light and returned to Kanglin Island. Sigh, I still failed. I thought we could make it to the 13th batch. But it's still very impressive. We only managed to survive one wave last time. Now we face 12 waves. If we challenge a few more times, it might be enough. Yes, it's all thanks to Brother Yi Xian this time. I feel like we'll be able to clear the fourth stage very soon. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. 5 days later, we will challenge again. At that time, we will definitely be able to pass. Yi Xian said solemnly. He didn't help much this time, but he would be able to make a breakthrough in 5 days. At that time, he would be of some help. Most importantly, Blackhorn's strength would increase by leaps and bounds in 5 days. Moreover, Luo might be able to participate in the battle. At that time, they would definitely be able to annihilate all the sea beasts. At that time, they would only need to deal with the Sea Beast King. Why 5 days later? Hua Zhen asked curiously. You'll know in 5 days, Yi Xian said and turned to leave. However, at this time, someone suddenly rushed over and said, Senior Brother Hua, an inner elder passed by just now and accepted a disciple. Hua Zhen raised his eyebrows and asked in shock. There were countless outer islands in Golden Plume Training Ground. At the same time, there was also an inner area where the talented geniuses would be brought to cultivate. Who would have thought that an inner elder would take a liking to a genius on Kanglin Island? I heard that he's from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom. His name is He Jian. The disciple replied. He Jian. When Yi Xian heard this name, his body trembled. He Jian? Why is that guy on Kanglin Island? Yi Xian was surprised. That day, He Jian's clone had self-destructed. After that, there was no news of him. If it was just based on the name He Jian, it might be possible to find someone else with the same name on Kanglin Island. However, He Jian from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom was definitely the case. He Jian? I've never heard of him. Hua Zhen shook his head. The disciple who reported to Yi Xian said, I heard that he's a new disciple with a rare body constitution. That's why the inner elder took a liking to him. It has nothing to do with us. You can go back to your work. Hua Zhen nodded. However, when Yi Xian left, he heard a notification from the system. Ding. The host has triggered a random quest. Kill He Jian. After the notification, a scryer image appeared. It was He Jian's face. However, when Yi Xian saw it, he was shocked. This scryer image was actually the young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom who had received a good evaluation from the messenger during the assessment. What's going on? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. Wasn't He Jian supposed to be a middle-aged man? How did he become a young man? Moreover, he was only a 9th grade Supreme Venerable. Could it be that he had been reincarnated? When he thought of this, Yi Xian felt that it was very possible because he recalled the scene at that time. The bloodline in that young man's body seemed to be different from the others in the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom. It was not the royal bloodline. It seemed that He Jian had indeed been reincarnated or possessed. No matter what you are, if you fall into my hands, I'll definitely make you beg for death. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. That day, He Jian smiled at him after the assessment. It turned out that He Jian was provoking him. Once he had the chance, He Jian would definitely kill Yi Xian. Moreover, He Jian was now a disciple of the inner elder. His status was different from before. I have to grow up quickly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to his residence. Fortunately, this was a random quest. He could use the time reversal skill. If He Jian sent experts to kill him, he could avoid them. However, He Jian had just been taken away. His master must have many things to teach him. Yi Xian had also entered the Golden Plume training ground. He Jian might have thought that Yi Xian could not recognize him, so he put him aside for the time being. Very quickly, 5 days passed. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 5th grade Supreme Venerable. Ding! The Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-breaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. The host is now a 9th grade Supreme Venerable. Chapter 1996. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to Huozhen. After the two of them met, Huozhen understood why Yi Xian was so confident. This black dragon has broken through. Huozhen and the others immediately reacted. Blackhorn's strength wasn't bad either. The number of sea beasts he killed wasn't any less than Huozhen's. Now that he had broken through, they had another expert comparable to Huozhen. When the time came, the sea beasts would definitely not pile up. All right, let's go. Huozhen and the others immediately entered the 4th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass. This time, Yi Xian even summoned the old tree, the Infernal God Unicorn. The latter's strength wasn't weak either. He killed as many sea beasts as he could. After all, with the bloodline of the Imperial Beast Envoy, the attacks of the beasts would be greatly increased. As for Padian, Yi Xian didn't want to fight him. After all, Padian was currently the weakest. Moreover, he would need to rest after fighting for a while. He wouldn't be able to fight for a long time. Young master, what about me? Luo couldn't help but shout in the devouring space. You wait inside first. The sea beasts in front are nothing to be afraid of. I'll collect some sea beasts' corpses and refine the 1,000 beasts pill for you to cultivate. Yi Xian said. Every wave of sea beasts had a time difference. Therefore, Yi Xian could collect the sea beasts' corpses and turn Wei Zhentian into the 1,000 beasts cauldron to refine the 1,000 beasts pill. For this random mission, Yi Xian used his last devouring point to stabilize the 1,000 beasts cauldron. Therefore, he could refine the 1,000 beasts pill at any time. Luo was now a Saint Emperor. After all, she hadn't broken through the limit and had the support of so many 1,000 beasts pills. This time, Luo might be able to increase her strength to a level comparable to Huozhen's. After a violent tremor, the sea beast's attack finally began. The Golden Feather Island Pass sent people to capture a large number of sea beasts. After countless years of reproduction, the number of sea beasts was enough to make one's scalp numb. No matter how many times they challenged the sea beasts would come. The first wave of 100 sea beasts was easily killed by Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, Yi Xian also thought of something. Senior brother Huozhen, I have an idea. Yi Xian suddenly said. What do you think? Yi Xian, tell us. Huozhen turned around and said. Give me all of these sea beasts' corpses. Then, we'll spend the remaining 9 days trying to clear the trials. However, we'll choose to give up in the end. That way, we might be able to clear the 5th trial after 9 days. Yi Xian revealed his plan. Upon hearing this, Huozhen and the others were shocked. Past the 5th stage? Huozhen murmured. The 5th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass is 10,000 sea beasts comparable to 6th grade half-heavenly lords. Why are you so confident? These sea beasts' corpses can be used to increase the combat strength of my beasts. If we have a large number of sea beasts' corpses, we might even be able to clear the 6th stage, let alone the 5th. Yi Xian said. As soon as these words were spoken, Huozhen and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. The 6th stage was filled with 10,000 sea beasts comparable to 9th grade half-heavenly lords. It was not something an ordinary person could clear. If that's the case, then let's do it. After all, we only have 9 days. Huozhen's eyes lit up. If they could clear the trial this time, their Kanglin Island would become famous. Next, they began to kill the sea beasts crazily. The 2nd wave, the 5th wave, the 10th wave, the 13th wave. Finally, they made it to the 14th wave. The 14th wave consisted of 900 sea beasts and a powerful sea beast king. If they attacked with all their might, they might be able to clear the trial. However, Yixian had not collected enough sea beasts yet, so he could not clear the trial for now. Once they cleared the 4th stage, they would not be able to clear the 4th and would be sent directly to the 5th stage. The 5th stage was filled with sea beasts comparable to 6th grade half-heavenly lords. Even if there was only one, Yixian would not be able to defeat it. Give up! Give up! Give up! At that moment, all 10 of them, including Huozhen, shouted at the top of their lungs. Then, they returned to Kanglin Island. Although they had given up this time, they had obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. To Yixian, this was a shocking amount of wealth. 1,000 Beasts Cauldron, refine. Yixian quickly refined the 1,000 Beasts pill while everyone was recovering their saint power. Luo consumed all 9,000 sea beasts corpses that were comparable to 3rd grade half-heavenly lords after refining the 1,000 Beasts pill. 2,000 years in the devouring space was only 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, Luo quickly refined all the pills. Her cultivation level had risen to 3rd grade Holy Emperor. Yixian, we're done. At this moment, Huozhen shouted. All right, let's continue. Yixian nodded. The 10 of them entered the 4th stage of Golden Feather Island again and began to kill. However, they always gave up after the 14th wave. Their goal was to collect an unlimited number of sea beasts' corpses to strengthen Luo. Time passed day by day. On the 8th day. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a 7th grade Holy Emperor. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-breaking Ape God, and Devouring Black Scale Dragon have made a breakthrough. You are now a 2nd grade Holy Venerate. Yixian and the others' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Don't forget, when they came to the Golden Feather Dao sect, they traveled for 2 days. In the last 5 days of closed-door cultivation, Yixian actually only spent 3 days to break through. The remaining 2 days were just a buffer. Therefore, this time, he only used 8 days to complete 2 breakthroughs. When Huozhen and the others heard about this, they were so shocked that they could not speak. In such a short time, Yixian had made 2 breakthroughs. This was too fast. At this moment, they felt that even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Blackhorn. At the same time, after so many days of killing, Yixian had obtained a large number of sea beasts' corpses. After Luo ate the 1,000 Beasts pill refined from the sea beasts' corpses, she had reached 9th grade Holy Emperor. With her strength, she might even be able to pass the 5th stage, let alone the 4th stage. Soon it was the 9th day. In 1 more day, the random mission to upgrade Kanglin Island's level would be over. Since Kanglin Island had not even leveled up, Yixian would not receive any rewards. Instead, 1 devouring point would be deducted as a punishment. Although Yixian did not have any devouring point at the moment, it would still be deducted. If he obtained it again in the future, he would correct the devouring point. However, it was impossible that he could not complete this mission. At this moment, Yixian had led Huozhen and the others into Golden Feather Island Pass again. This time, they were ready to pass the test. Soon they had reached the 14th wave. This time, there were 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. Chapter 1997. For the past few days, they had been waiting for the sea beast king to arrive before yelling, "Give up," and leaving the island. This time, they were going to kill it. The sea beast king soon entered the beast god clock's effective range. Huozhen and the others immediately charged at it. Blackhorn and the old tree did the same. Soon, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the sea beast king. However, at this moment, a ball of fire suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the sea beast king. In an instant, the sea beast king was burned to death. Huozhen and the others were shocked. They turned around and saw a girl with 9 golden tails standing in the air. She was holding a ball of golden flames in her hand. "Miss Luo, you really didn't give us a chance to live. We finally got a chance to fight the sea beast king, but you killed it instantly," Huozhen said helplessly. "Hee, I couldn't help myself when I saw you guys fighting so hard." Luo giggled and landed next to Yixian. After a few days of improvement, she was now a 9th rank sacred emperor. Her strength surpassed Huozhen by leaps and bounds. Killing a third-rank half-heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beast King was a piece of cake for her. However, with the Sea Beast King's death, they had passed the 4th stage of Jinyu Island Pass. As soon as Yi Xian put away the Sea Beast King's corpse, they were forcefully teleported back to Kanglin Island. We finally passed. Kanglin Island is now a 4th-rank island. The Martial Skills Pavilion, Cultivation Pagoda, and Protective Formation have all been upgraded to 4th rank. Hua Zhen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect Kanglin Island to become a 4th-rank island in just 10 days. It was now the overlord of this new island group. As long as this news spread, Kanglin Island would become 10 times more prosperous than the other islands. Brother Yi Xian, thank you so much. Hua Zhen couldn't help but say. I'm also a member of Kanglin Island. This is what I should do. Yi Xian smiled. At this time, Luo and the others had been sucked into the devouring space. The Sea Beast's corpses and Sea Beast King's corpses were refined into Thousand Beasts pills and refined by Luo. Lulua's strength had improved again. She had already reached the peak of the 9th stage Holy Emperor realm. She was only 1 step away from the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. However, Luo didn't know how to become a half-heavenly lord. Senior brother Hua Zhen, Luo is already at the peak of the 9th rank Holy Emperor realm, but I don't know how to reach the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. Is it possible? Yi Xian said to Hua Zhen. It's nothing. Hua Zhen smiled and said, after reaching the peak of the 9th rank Holy Emperor realm, as long as you sense it carefully, you will be able to see a path at the end of your soul. That path is called the Distant Heaven Road. There are a total of 99 sections of the Heavenly Path. Every section you walk will be rewarded by the Heavenly Path, improving your holy chi and physique. From the 1st section to the 33rd section, you will reach the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. From the 34th section to the 67th section, you will reach the Heavenly Lord realm. From the 67th section to the 99th section, you will reach the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. I am now at the 2nd section of the Distant Heaven Road. I have just reached the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. After Hua Zhen finished speaking, he took out a jade slip from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. This contains some of my experiences. Let Miss Luo take a look. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian thanked him with cupped fists. You are welcome. However, the 5th section of Jinyu Island Pass. Hua Zhen suddenly reminded him. I will go take a look. Yi Xian smiled and entered Jinyu Island Pass again. This time, he was going to challenge the 5th section. As for Hua Zhen and the others, they were not strong enough. It was very dangerous to enter, so Yi Xian went in alone this time. Whoosh! Yi Xian was teleported to a new island. Next, he had to prepare to fight against 10,000 6th grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beasts. The first wave was 100 beasts. Luo, I am counting on you this time. Yi Xian shouted. No problem. Luo replied. She put on the mystic divine armor and started to harvest the sea beasts' corpses. Soon, the 106th grade half-step Heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts were all dead. They were then absorbed into the devouring space and refined into the Thousand Beasts elixir. Although I have reached the 1st section, Luo's body constitution and strength are still increasing. However, after reaching the limit, the effect of refining the Thousand Beasts elixir is a little less. It seems like I have to break through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He did not know how many waves of sea beasts Luo could kill alone. Rumble. The beast god Bell and Luo worked together well. Luo fought against the 6th grade half-step Heavenly Lord realm sea beasts alone and lasted until the 8th wave, which was 800 beasts. After that, Luo could not care about Yi Xian's safety. She retreated temporarily. Although she failed, she obtained a large number of sea beast corpses. However, this was nothing to Luo. There is still more than a day. Luo, see if you can break through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm within a day. Yi Xian said to Luo. But Luo nodded and entered the devouring space to read the breakthrough experience book that Hua Zhen gave her. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years in the devouring space. Luo's aptitude had always been good. Now it was her time to shine. She did not disappoint Yixian. Before the end of the mission, she completed the first section of the Heavenly Path and became a half-step Heavenly Lord realm. There is still some time. Hurry up and pass the 5th section. Then the rewards will increase again. Yixian squinted his eyes and entered the 5th section of the Jinyu Island Pass again. After breaking through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm and refining the 1,000 Beasts elixir, Luo's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Soon she reached the 8th section. It was much easier than before. Then she killed another few thousand sea beasts. Finally, she reached the 14th section. This time, there were 900 sea beasts and 1 sea beast king. Here she comes. Yixian squinted his eyes slightly. In the next moment, Luo charged forward. In the blink of an eye, she killed all 900 sea beasts. Only the sturdy sea beast king was left. Unfortunately, this sea beast king was also a half-step Heavenly Lord realm 6th grade. It could not stop Luo at all. After 3 rounds, the sea beast king was killed. She finally passed the 5th section of the Jinyu Island Pass. Phew, I passed 2 sections in a month. The rewards should be very generous, right? Yixian grinned. In fact, he did not expect to rely on Luo. Instead, he wanted Huozhen and the others to raise the funds to invite her. Then, he would use the Beast God Clock to pass the section. He did not expect to pass 2 sections in a row. At this moment, Yixian had already teleported back to Kanglin Island. Before he came back, Kanglin Island had undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 1998. There were dozens of islands in this new group. Apart from Kanglin Island, none of them were above level 3. Once news of Kanglin Island reaching level 5 spread, a large number of people would flock to Kanglin Island. Huozhen and the others, who were cultivating in the cultivation tower, suddenly opened their eyes. They could feel that the holy qi in the cultivation tower had increased by more than 10 times. What was going on? When they went out to check, they were shocked. The protective formation had turned from green to blue. This meant that Kanglin Island had reached level 5. Heavens, it's a level 5 island. What's going on? Needless to say, junior brother Yixian must have passed the 5th trial of Golden Feather Island. He really did it. That's terrifying. Huozhen and the others couldn't believe it. They hurried to the center of Kanglin Island and found Yixian. Junior Yixian, you really did it. Huozhen said excitedly. I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Yixian saluted everyone. In fact, Huozhen and the others played a part in making Kanglin Island reach level 5. Otherwise, his sea beast carcasses would have been greatly reduced in the past few days. Then Luo would probably be a rank 8 Holy Emperor, or at most a rank 9 Holy Emperor. She wouldn't have been able to pass the 5th trial. You're too humble, junior brother. The rewards for the 4th trial haven't been announced yet, but you've already passed the 5th trial. If this news gets back to Jinyu Island, it'll definitely attract the attention of the elders. Huozhen said with a smile. They'd been in Jinyu Temple for years, but they'd only passed the 3rd trial after so many years. This wasn't very impressive in the entire new group of islands. However, with the addition of Yixian, Kanglin Island had reached level 4. Before the news got out, Yixian had passed the 5th trial. What a monster! At this moment, ding! You've completed a random mission. You may choose 2 of the following 3 rewards. 1. Randomly upgrade 3 bloodlines. 2. Randomly fix Wei Zhentian's 3 magical equipment forms. 3. The number of magical equipment fusions increased by 3. When Yixian heard about the reward, he was stunned. Wasn't this reward 2F** King generous? He could choose 2 out of the 3. Was there even a need to ask? Currently, Yixian had a total of 4 fixed magic treasures, namely the Necromancer Pot, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, the Mask of Truth and Illusion, and the Demon Dragon's Heart. Among these 4 magic treasure forms, only the Necromancer Pot and the 10,000 Beast Cauldron could be fused. Therefore, out of the 3 Dharma treasure fusions, only 1 would be used at most. Moreover, it was only equivalent to 3 Devour points, so Yixian immediately discarded it. As for the first one, although it was only an upgrade of 3 bloodlines and not 3 bloodlines, It was still not bad. What if he drew an advancement route that required a large number of devour points, such as Man and Sword as one or Sword Celestial's Descent? Yi Xian immediately chose the first and second rewards. Ding! The Slaughter Seal has successfully evolved. Ding! Unicorn Deterrence has successfully evolved. Ding! The Fiery Rebirth has successfully evolved. This was the notification sound of the first reward. Although the other two rewards were not very good, the Slaughter Seal had evolved. Just the Slaughter State alone could increase Yi Xian's strength by 5 times, which was not bad at all. Ding! The magic treasure form of the Illusionary Spirit Garment has been successfully stabilized. Ding! The magic treasure form of the 10,000 Poisonous Centipede Rope has been successfully stabilized. Ding! The magic treasure form of the Magistrate's Brush has been successfully stabilized. This was the second reward. Yi Xian already knew the effect of the Magistrate's Brush, which was to determine life and death with a single word. But now that his level was so low, even if he used the Magistrate's Brush, who could he kill instantly? However, the effects of the Illusionary Spirit Garment and the 10,000 Poisonous Centipede Rope were very good. These two magic treasure forms were level 3 magic treasures. The Illusionary Spirit Garment, after wearing it, was immune to all energy attacks. Only punches and kicks could hurt him. The 10,000 Poisonous Centipede Rope had a super strong binding ability, and at the same time, it had a lethal effect similar to a one-hit kill. If triggered, it could kill the enemy instantly. But that was not the point. The point was that these 3 newly stabilized magic treasure forms could all be combined. The Illusionary Spirit Garment could be combined with the Flowing Light Armor, and the 10,000 Poisonous Centipede Rope could be combined with the Magistrate's Brush. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have any devouring points, so he could not combine these 2 magic treasures. If the Illusionary Spirit Garment and the Flowing Light Armor could be combined, it would be awesome. Yi Xian grinned. He estimated that after the combination, not only would he be immune to all energy attacks, but he would also have a strong defensive ability. It would be like a tortoise shell. In addition, with the shared Immortal Phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian would not die unless the attack was strong enough. At this moment, where is the master of Kanglin Island? An explosive shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Xian, Huizhen, and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man rushing into Kanglin Island. "Senior brother, how can I help you?" Huizhen asked respectfully. He could sense that the young man's cultivation level was much higher than his. He was at least a 3rd-grade half-heavenly lord. "We are all brothers of the same sect, so I am here to help you pass the 4th stage," the young man said. Huizhen was stunned. He replied, "I'm sorry, senior brother. We don't need your help anymore." "You don't need my help?" The young man was slightly angry. "You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I helped you pass the 4th stage out of goodwill, but you don't appreciate it. Are you afraid that I will cheat you of your money?" "No, senior brother," Huizhen hurriedly said. However, he could see that the young man was not helping them for free. He would definitely charge them a high price. "Humph, I'd like to see what right you have to refuse my help on a 3rd-class island." The young man did not waste any time. He directly attacked Huizhen. However, he was sent flying by a black shadow in the next moment. It was Black Horn who slapped him. Ugh! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Black Horn in shock. Black Horn was only a 2nd-grade sacred venerate. How could he send a 4th-grade half-heavenly lord flying with one whip? That was impossible. "Senior brother, please open your dog eyes and look at the color of the protective array around us," Yi Xian said coldly. After being reminded by him, the young man turned his head to take a look and discovered that something was amiss. The protective array of Kanglin Island wasn't a level 3 yellow array. Instead, it was green. A green protective array meant that it was a 4th-class island. How could this be? No, it's not green. It's cyan. Kanglin Island has been upgraded to a 5th-class island. The young man was shocked. A 5th-class island meant that someone had passed the 5th stage. Even a 4th-grade half-heavenly lord like him could not pass the 5th stage. Chapter 1999. One had to know that the other islands were only at level 3. Even the few islands that he had helped earlier had only just been upgraded to level 4. Now, he saw the 5th level of the blue protective array. At the same time, only those inside could see the color of the array. Those outside could not see it. That was why he only noticed it now. Senior brother, we want to pass the 6th level of the Golden Feather Island barrier. Can you help us? Yixian smiled faintly and said slowly, the 6th level of the Golden Feather Island barrier. The young man shuddered. He could not even pass the 5th level, let alone the 6th. The 6th level was filled with 10,000 half-heavenly Lord Realm sea beasts. Even a Heavenly Lord Realm expert would find it difficult to pass. Are you kidding me? The young man shouted angrily and left. This was just a small interlude. Yixian and Huozhen did not care. They were waiting for the reward from the Golden Feather Palace. Huozhen had promised to give the reward of the 5th level island to Yixian. They would share the reward of the 4th level island. After all, without Yixian, they could not even reach the 4th level, let alone the 5th level. Previously, Huozhen had estimated that with his current situation, it would probably take him another 10,000 years to pass the 4th trial. As for the 5th level, he did not know how long it would take. But now, they could enjoy the 5th level island in advance. Their leveling speed would be explosive. Yixian returned to his residence and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. He estimated that when he received the 5th level island, he would be able to reach the half-heavenly Lord Realm. During this time, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources. However, half a day later, Master of Kanglin Island, come out. Another roar rang out, landing in everyone's ears. Yixian and Huozhen went out to take a look. They saw that the young man who was beaten away had returned with a long-haired man. Who hurt my little brother? The long-haired young man stared at Huozhen and the others and asked. This was how the world worked. Once you hit the small one, the big one would come out. Hearing this, Yixian immediately rode out on Black Horn and said, It was me. Senior brother, are you thanking me for teaching him a lesson for you? You're courting death. Without another word, the long-haired youth charged towards Yixian. On the way here, he had heard from his younger brother that there was a strange black dragon whose strength and realm differed greatly. Looking at it now, that was indeed the case. In an instant, Black Horn and this 6th grade half-heavenly Lord Realm expert began to fight. Now that Black Horn was a 2nd grade sacred venerate, even with the heart of the demon dragon, he could at most fight against a 4th grade half-step heavenly monarch. Facing a 6th stage half-heavenly monarch, it could only take a beating. Luo beat him up. Yixian immediately ordered Black Horn to retreat and summoned Luo. Luo had already broken through to the half-step heaven monarch realm and had so many 10,000 beast elixirs to improve her body constitution. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the heart of the demon dragon had turned into a suit of flowing light armor on her petite body. Luo's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and at the same time, she gained the ability to conceal herself. What? The long-haired youth was shocked. He, a 6th grade half-heavenly monarch, was actually being suppressed? One should know that he was an elite disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo. He was strong enough to pass the 5th stage of the Golden Feather Island Pass alone. What's wrong with this person? How can he have such a skill? The long-haired youth could not understand and continued to fight. However, in a short while, he was blasted out of the protective array of the island. Then Yixian, the vice island master, quickly controlled the protective array of the island and blocked him. Senior brother, don't think that you can be superior to others just because you have a high realm. Let's go. Yixian said slowly. They were still in the territory of the Golden Feather Dojo. Otherwise, this long-haired youth and his younger brother would have been dead. All right, just you wait. The long-haired youth shouted angrily and then left with his stunned younger brother. When Huozhen and the others saw this scene, they were shocked. That's so scary. Miss Luo can even send a 6th grade half-heavenly monarch disciple flying. Who is brother Yixian? Huozhen and the others were puzzled. However, Kanglin Island had offended a disciple. Sure enough, The other party was still holding a grudge and was not going to let Kanglin Island go so easily. The next day, rumble! A series of loud noises alarmed everyone. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurried out to take a look. He found that the protective array of the island was under attack by sea beasts. The sea beasts are attacking. Everyone quickly! Huizhen's voice was heard. However, in the next moment, someone said, Senior Brother Hua, the sea beasts that are attacking the protective array are at least half-heavenly monarchs. What? Huizhen was shocked. Kanglin Island had been established for many years, but this was the first time they had encountered a half-heavenly monarch sea beast. When he went to take a look, he was right. Moreover, there were mid-level half-heavenly monarch sea beasts. What was going on? There's no need to look anymore. It must be the sea beasts that the person from yesterday drove here. I'll take care of them. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to Huizhen. Then he summoned the old tree, Luo Luo, and Blackhorn. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Protect Kanglin Island. If the protective array of the island is breached, the task will be considered a failure. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had triggered a random task. Not bad. Immediately, he ordered everyone to kill their way out. Meanwhile, he went to the edge of the protective array of the island. Ding! The protective array of the island is damaged. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Yi Xian replied immediately. Then, he asked the immortal level devouring system to repair the array. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. Old Tree, Black Horn, the Sword Celestial's doppelganger, and Luo Luo, who was wearing the flowing light armor, had all rushed to the protective array of the island and started killing. Fortunately, the sea beasts were at most level 6 half-heavenly monarchs. Otherwise, even the level 5 protective array of the island would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the geniuses on Kanglin Island could only watch the battle outside blankly. There was nothing they could do to help. There were at least a few thousand sea beasts. If this had happened before, it would have been enough to destroy this new island group. Luo Luo led Blackhorn and the others to kill the sea beasts continuously to reduce the pressure on the protective array of the island. At the same time, Yi Xian was also repairing the protective array of the island. At this rate, the protective array of the island should be able to hold on until all the sea beasts were killed. At this time, in the sea area far away from Kanglin Island. Let's see what you can do. Welcome the baptism of the sea beasts. The long-haired young man's eyes flickered. He did not think that Yi Xian and the others could survive this wave of sea beasts. After all, he had chased away a sea beast king. Chapter 2000. Oh, the sea beast king is finally here. The long-haired young man raised his eyebrows as he sensed a powerful aura approaching Kanglin Island. Although the Sea Beast King was only a 6th-stage half-heavenly lord, it was much more powerful than the average Sea Beast King. Luo Luo, who was fighting outside Kanglin Island, also sensed the aura. She immediately sent a message to Yi Xian. Damn it! There's another Sea Beast King. Sword Immortal's clone, go and kill it. Yi Xian immediately shouted. All they had to do was lure the Sea Beast King away or kill it when it approached Kanglin Island. Unfortunately, the Sea Beast King was very angry. It ignored the Sword Immortal's clone's attack and headed straight for Kanglin Island. Yi Xian felt that they were attracted by something. No matter what, they had to fight. Luo Luo, take care of that Sea Beast King first. Yi Xian immediately shouted. Wei Zhentian turned into the Beast God Bell and suppressed the sea beasts on one side. Although the streamer armor could increase Luo Luo's combat strength, the Beast God Bell was more useful in this situation. After all, they were guarding Kanglin Island, not exterminating the sea beasts as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this group of sea beasts came in a menacing manner. In addition, this Sea Beast King wasn't weak. With Yi Xian's repair of the island's protective formation, its defensive ability had been reduced to 20%. It seemed that there was a high chance that they would break through. I can only use the time reversal skill to go back in time and kill some of the sea beasts first. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, if he did that, he could not guarantee that he would not trigger a random task. Therefore, he had to wait until he failed the task. However, when the defensive power of the island's defensive power was reduced to 10%, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bastard, how dare you attack the island of the Golden Plume Dojo? You're courting death. A loud shout was heard. Then, a cold light pierced through the sky and killed the Sea Beast King in an instant. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw an old man in an elder's robe. He killed all the sea beasts with just a wave of his hand. His strength had shaken everyone's hearts. He was so strong that it was explosive. With his appearance, Yi Xian's random mission was also completed. Ding! The host has completed a random mission. The reward is a chance to fuse with a magic treasure. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was really good that he could get what he wanted. At that moment, Yi Xian was taking advantage of this opportunity to fuse the flowing light armor and the phantom spirit robe. Ding! The flowing light armor and illusionary spirit robe are beginning to merge. Ding! Fusion of powers. Yi Xian hurriedly took a look and discovered that the product of the fusion was called the Void Spirit Godly Armor. This Void Spirit Godly Armor not only had the effect of energy immunity, but it also had a powerful defensive ability. At the same time, it also had the effect of invisibility. In addition, there was also a new skill called Ethereal Transformation. After activating it, he would be invincible for 1 second. Strong. He was so strong that he could explode. Just now, if Luo Luo had worn this Void Spirit Godly Armor, she would have been able to easily kill the Sea Beast King. What happened? At that moment, the elder in the inner field asked. Elder, we were attacked by the sea beasts for no reason. Yi Xian immediately walked out and clasped his hands together. For no reason, it's unlikely. The new islands of the Golden Plume Training Hall have not been attacked by such high-level sea beasts many times. Someone must have ordered them to attack. The elder in the inner field raised his eyebrows and glanced around. He shouted sternly, Luoan, what are you doing here? This name was slightly unfamiliar to them. However, when they followed the elder's gaze, they saw the long-haired young man. Yang, Elder Yang, I'm just passing by. The long-haired young man, Luoan, said in a trembling voice. Why don't you get back to your training? Elder Yang shouted sternly again. In the next moment, Luoan quickly turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After he left, Elder Yang looked around and said, Did any of you have a grudge with Luoan? Huozhen and the others looked at each other. Huozhen said, Senior brother Luoan's younger brother visited Kanglin Island and said, Huozhen began to describe the situation. Elder Yang understood after listening to him. This group of sea beasts was probably ordered by Luoan. He must have placed something on Kanglin Island that attracted the sea beasts. I understand now. The elder in the inner field did not say much. He tossed an interspatial ring to Huozhen and said, Inside this ring are all the rewards for upgrading the island to a grade 5 island. Thank you, Elder. Huozhen and the others immediately expressed their gratitude. By the way, did you manage to pass the 5th stage with someone else's help or? The elder in the inner field could not help but ask. It's all thanks to Yi Xian. Someone immediately replied. Previously, the elder in the inner field also found it unbelievable. However, he believed that they had hired someone else. However, after checking Kanglin Island, he found that the people on the island were all disciples from ancient countries. They did not have the financial resources to hire someone else. Yi Xian. The elder in the inner field followed everyone's gaze and finally noticed Yi Xian. It's like this. I tamed a few saint beasts and they all transformed into human forms. That's why I brought them here. Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Elder Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Luo, Black Horn, and the others. Their aptitudes were all top-notch. However, if he knew that Yi Xian could fight opponents 2 realms higher than him, he would probably accept Yi Xian as his disciple immediately. Your aptitude is not bad. I will report this matter later. Perhaps an elder will accept you as his disciple. Elder Yang said. Thank you, Elder Yang. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Yang left. Yi Xian did not have much interest in accepting a disciple. Yi Xian, this is yours. After Elder Yang left, Huozhen threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. There was a large amount of heavenly treasures in it. It was enough for Yi Xian to break through to the half-heavenly Lord realm. Yi Xian did not refuse and accepted it. This matter was considered to have come to an end. However, the long-haired young man, Luo, had commanded the sea beasts to attack Kanglin Island. This matter could not be settled so easily. Soon Yi Xian broke through to the 8th stage Holy Emperor realm. Old Tree and the others reached the 3rd stage Holy Sovereign realm. Their strength had improved. It was also on this day that a person suddenly came looking for him. Kanglin Island, where is Yi Xian? An unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian immediately leaped into the air. He realized that an advanced half-heavenly lord was looking for him. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 2001. Accept me as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed like this matter couldn't be avoided. However, it didn't matter. After all, he would enter Golden Feather Infield sooner or later. After all, he had to seek revenge on Luo and He Jian. He then bade farewell to Huozhen and the others and left with the young man. The people on Kanglin Island revealed envious expressions. To be accepted as a disciple by an elder was considered a meteoric rise. Yi Xian followed behind the young man and left Kanglin Island before flying to Golden Feather Island. Golden Feather Island was also known as Golden Feather Infield. This was where Golden Feather Training Hall's elite disciples and elders lived. My name is Bai Chen, and I'm Elder Luo's second disciple. I'm already a 9th stage half-step heavenly lord. If nothing goes wrong, you will be my junior brother, said the young man. Greetings, senior brother. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The young man nodded slightly and said, by the way, junior brother He Jian seems to be from Kanglin Island as well. Do you know him? He Jian? Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his brows. How could he just know this name? He Jian? You can say that I know him. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Oh, this junior brother He Jian has pretty good aptitude. It's said that he has a soul-devouring physique that allows him to break through by devouring other people's souls. However, after he was accepted as a disciple by Master, he has been in seclusion and has never appeared, said Bai Chen. Soul-devouring physique? Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. No matter what, he had to get rid of this hidden danger. Otherwise, he didn't know when the other party would plot against him in the future. Bai Chen soon brought Yi Xian to a palace. In Golden Feather Training Hall, anyone at the elder level could build a palace and take in disciples to pass down their legacy. Along the way, Bai Chen explained some things to him. Yi Xian also knew that Elder Luo had already taken in 9 disciples. He was the 10th. The 9th disciple was He Jian. After a while, Bai Chen brought Yi Xian to Elder Luo. He was a white-haired elder. Master, Yi Xian is here, Bai Chen said respectfully. All right, you may leave. Elder Luo waved his hand, and Bai Chen retreated. Then, Elder Luo's gaze landed on Yi Xian. He gave the latter a strange look. Are you willing to take me as your master? Elder Luo asked. This disciple is willing. Yi Xian answered directly. Since they were already there, they naturally had to agree. Otherwise, they would be angering Elder Luo. One had to know that the elders of the Gold Plume Dao field were all at least Heavenly Monarch realm experts. This was not something a half-step Heavenly Monarch could compare to. All right, then you will be my 10th disciple. Take these things and use them first. If they are not enough, we will talk about it later. Without hesitation, Elder Luo threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian replied. All right, you can leave first. There might be a mission in the next few days. When the time comes, you can go out with the other senior brothers to gain experience, Elder Luo said. Yes. After replying, Yi Xian left. Bai Chen then arranged a residence for Yi Xian. However, after Yi Xian left, Elder Luo's eyes kept flickering. Yi Xian, you definitely won't guess who I am. How dare you kill my mistress? See if I don't kill you? Elder Luo thought to himself. If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably be scared half to death. He had killed He Jian's mistress. When did he kill Elder Luo's mistress? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know this. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at his residence and settled down. After a while, someone came looking for him. It turned out to be his senior brothers. Junior brother Yi, we will set off for training the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourself. A burly youth said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. However, he saw a familiar face behind the burly young man. Luo, why is this guy here? Wait, Luo and Elder Luo, could it be? Yi Xian's body trembled when he saw Luoan. Could this Luoan be Elder Luo's son? Grandpa told me to kill you casually. Let's see how you survive this trip. The corners of Luoan's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Yi Xian didn't expect Luoan to be Elder Luo's descendant. In that case, the other party might very well attack him. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He could also take revenge for what happened back then. However, he had another goal now, to find He Jian's whereabouts. He only hated himself for not using the death warrant to mark He Jian that day. Otherwise, it would have been much easier to find him. After informing Yi Xian, his senior brothers left. Luoan did the same. Yi Xian ignored them because his senior brothers were only 6th and 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. They were nothing. If they dared to attack him, they would be courting death. 2 days later, his senior brothers formed a team and prepared to set off for the trial. This team was led by 3 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. There were also 3 other half-step heavenly lords under their command. In addition, there was also Yi Xian, a saint emperor. Of course, not all of these people were Elder Luo's direct disciples. They were just disciples under Elder Luo. Their status was 1 level lower than Yi Xian's. However, everyone had heard that although Yi Xian's strength was weak, he had several servants with outstanding battle prowess that could be of help. This is the mission given to us by our master. We are to eliminate a 9th grade half-step heavenly lord Sea Beast King. The leading disciple said. Senior brother, isn't it too strong? A 6th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple asked. No, the 3 of us have been there once. We can fight with that Sea Beast King. However, there were too many sea beasts around last time, so we retreated. The leading disciple shook his head and said. Hearing this, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they could still do it. Immediately, they began to fly. With the leading disciple leading the way, their speed was very fast. In less than 2 days, they arrived at a nest of sea beasts. Everyone be careful. Don't stray too far from us. After the leading disciple said this, he rushed into the nest of sea beasts. As for the others, they immediately followed him. However, on the way, Yi Xian noticed that Luo and another 7th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple were secretly watching him. It seemed that these 2 people were up to some tricks. Junior brother Yi Xian, where are your fighters? Suddenly, a 6th grade half-step heavenly lord disciple asked. Oh. Yi Xian nodded. Immediately he summoned the old tree and Blackhorn. Then he hid in Blackhorn's body. Blackhorn, a 3rd grade holy venerable, coupled with the heart of the demonic dragon, greatly increased his survival ability. Even if these people besieged him, they might not be able to get him out. Chapter 2002. Damn it. Luo cursed in his heart when he saw Yi Xian hiding in Blackhorn's body. Soon, they saw the sea beasts and began to kill them. Blood soaked the entire nest of the sea beasts. Heart-wrenching cries could be heard. The sea beasts blocking their way were easily killed by the 3 leading 7th grade half-step heavenly lords. The people behind them could not do anything at all. After a while, they encountered the most powerful sea beasts. 3 8th grade half-step heavenly lords. However, they could not stop the group and were easily killed. Then, it was time for the last 9th grade half-step heavenly lord Sea Beast King. The aura is not right. At this time, the leading disciples suddenly shouted. The group also felt that something was not right. They quickly quickened their pace. In the end, they saw that the 9th grade half-step heavenly lord Sea Beast King was trying to break through. As long as it broke through, it would be at the heavenly lord realm. It was not something that they could fight against. Quickly! The leading disciple shouted. Almost everyone used their trump cards. Devouring Dragon Roar. Yi Xian also asked Blackhorn to attack. However, the opponent's realm was much higher than Blackhorn's. The attack did not have much effect. However, the 3 7th-grade half-step Heavenly Lords caused a lot of damage to the Sea Beast King. Roar! The Sea Beast roared and attacked the group angrily. Be careful! Although it did not break through, its strength is stronger than before. The leading disciple immediately shouted. Even Blackhorn would not be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly broke open the void in Blackhorn's body and left the Sea Beast nest. The sword's celestial avatar stayed behind. The Sea Beast King went crazy. The other sea beasts in the nest also came out in full force. In an instant, they surrounded the group. Kill our way out. The leading disciple shouted. He killed and retreated. They had seriously injured the Sea Beast King last time. They did not expect that the Sea Beast King would recover and become stronger. Therefore, they could not stay for long. Bastard! Luo originally wanted to kill Yi Xian, but he didn't expect himself to be in danger. He looked at Blackhorn's huge body and the countless sea beasts below and immediately raised his hand to attack. He was planning to kill Blackhorn and feed his body to the sea beasts. That way, there would be fewer sea beasts chasing after them. It was a pity. Bang! The attack landed on Blackhorn's body. Although it shattered Blackhorn's dragon scales, they recovered in the blink of an eye. Roar! The killing intent of the sword Immortal avatar in his body flashed. This fella actually dared to attack him so brazenly. He was truly courting death. Immediately, the sword Immortal avatar released Luo. At the same time, the demon dragon's heart transformed into the void spirit godly armor. Luo turned invisible and left Blackhorn's body, then attacked Luo and swish! A cold light flashed, Luo's chest was heavily injured, and he fell from the sky. Junior Luo. The 3 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarchs were scared out of their wits. If Luo were to fall down like this, he would be devoured by the sea beasts below like hungry tigers. Damn it! The 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarch who was in cahoots with Luo cursed and was ready to rescue Luo. Unfortunately, Yi Xian also included him in the must-kill list. Swish! Another cold light flashed. This 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarch's head was directly thrown up, and then his body fell down. Both of them fell into the sea and were then devoured by the sea beasts. The rest of the people were shocked. How could a person who was alive and well just now become a corpse? Forget about the 7th-stage half-step heavenly monarch. Luo who fell first was Elder Luo's grandson. Once he died, the people on this trip would not be able to escape responsibility. Don't worry about it, let's go. The leading disciple gritted his teeth and rushed out of the sea beast's nest. Although they did not know how Luo fell down at this time, their lives were more important. The remaining 4 people did not know that there was an invisible Luo beside them. After completing the task, Luo returned to Blackhorn's body and then revealed her original form. However, flying above the sea, their speed was much slower than the sea beasts. We can't escape, counterattack. The leading disciple shouted angrily and rushed back. The other 3 people did the same. They could only fight head-on. Luo, help them. Yi Xian reminded. In the next moment, Blackhorn's mouth opened again, and Luo began to move. Luo was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, and her combat strength was terrifying. If she was to deal with the Sea Beast King, the others would not be in danger. As long as they could get rid of the surrounding sea beasts, it would be much easier. Junior brother, why did you only call her out now? The leading half-step heavenly monarch shouted. Sorry, senior brother, Luo has to sleep for a period of time after every battle. She fought with senior brother Luo before, so she did not wake up. Yi Xian said with a guilty face. Everyone had heard that Yi Xian had a grudge with Luo, so they did not ask again. They wanted to get through this crisis first. Luo, wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, directly fought with the Sea Beast King, which stunned the other 4 people. Ah, young master! At this moment, Luo suddenly shouted. Yi Xian saw that there was a mark on the back of the Sea Beast King. The devouring beast. Oh my god, this sea beast king is the devouring beast. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect to encounter the devouring beast on this mission. This trip was not in vain. This corpse is mine. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and directly asked the sword celestial clone to summon a large number of immortal slaying puppets to fight. Soon, those small sea beasts were dealt with. These senior brothers were slightly angry. They clearly had the strength to fight back, but because of Yi Xian, they were chased and attacked. In the end, Luo and another person died. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had also set his sights on them. At this moment, swoosh! Luo suddenly attacked the 7th grade half-step heavenly monarch. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. This 7th grade half-step heavenly monarch was severely injured. He could not resist Blackhorn's devouring and was sucked into the devouring space. What? The other 3 people were shocked, but by the time they reacted, Luo had attacked again. Not long after, the 3 of them were sucked into the devouring space by Luo using the same method. Then, it was Luo's turn to fight with the Sea Beast King. Although Luo was not a Dharma treasure, she was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, and with the recovery power of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, she should not be in too much danger. In addition, with the help of the Old Tree, Blackhorn, and the others, the Sea Beast King was finally killed after a fierce battle. Chapter 2003. Ding. Host has obtained 3 Devour points. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard that. This Devour Beast was a high-level Devour Beast and was worth 3 Devour points. What a great deal. Not bad. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This was a great adventure. With these 3 Devour points, Wei Zhentian could continue to fuse his Dharma treasure. He immediately spent 2 Devour points to fuse his Dharma treasure. Ding. 1,000 poisonous centipede rope and magistrate brush fused. Ding. Necromancer pot and 1,000 beast cauldron fused. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Yi Xian quickly checked his new Dharma treasure. The Necromancer pot and 1,000 beast cauldron fused into the Spirit Refining Cauldron. Now, the Spirit Refining Cauldron could smelt everything, including corpses and treasures. It could be used to refine spirit refining pills to increase one's strength. In addition, it had the ability to trap people. If one was trapped in it, they would be burned by the spirit refining fire. This Dharma treasure was like Taisheng Latsu's alchemy cauldron. As for the 1,000 poisonous centipede rope and magistrate brush fused into a Dharma treasure, it was called the Poison Deity Spike. The Poison Deity Spike would release a new poison every day. Today, Yi Xian saw the frost poison. As long as the Poison Deity Spike pierced the opponent would be sealed in ice. This was not the main point. The main point was that the Poison Deity Spike had a deadly poison. If the Poison Deity Spike released a new poison, as long as it hit a person, no matter their level, they would die immediately. The Poison Deity Spike was a divine weapon that could kill instantly. However, some of the poisons in the Poison Deity Spike could only be used once a day. Moreover, the chance of the deadly poison being used randomly was not high. Of course, the other poisons were also very effective. Yi Xian quickly experimented and found a level 7 half-heavenly Lord Realm Sea Beast. Poison Deity Spike, go! Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to attack the Sea Beast in the form of the Poison Deity Spike. Puchi! With a crisp sound, the Poison Deity Spike pierced the Sea Beast's body. In the next moment, the Sea Beast turned into an ice sculpture. Ding! Host's killing intent points increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Poison Deity Spike had instantly killed his opponent. Not bad, let's try again. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he found an 8th-stage half-step Heavenly Monarch Sea Beast and killed it in an instant. Even the ordinary ice poison had such power. If he were to randomly obtain those powerful poisons, it would be simply heaven-defying. Following that, Yi Xian tested the Spirit Refining Cauldron. Indeed, it was more useful than the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The refined pills could not only improve the physique and cultivation of the Yao, but could also be used by Yi Xian himself. However, Yi Xian's cultivation method was different, so his cultivation wouldn't improve. With this spirit-refining cauldron, Father and the others' strength will be able to soar all the way up. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This spirit-refining cauldron was a cheat that allowed others to level up quickly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was an endless supply of things, such as natural treasures, weapons, corpses, and so on. Those people had been sucked into the devouring space, so Yi Xian collected them and used them on the spirit-refining cauldron. One by one, the spirit-refining pills were refined and consumed by Luo Luo. Soon, Luo Luo's cultivation level increased to that of a fourth-stage half-step heavenly monarch. However, at this time, Yi Xian realized that something was wrong. The random mission to kill He Jian had actually changed. Now, the person he was supposed to kill was not He Jian, but Elder Luo Yang of the Golden Plume Palace. What's going on? Why did the random mission change? There was no notification at all. Also, why do I have to kill Elder Luo Yang? Yi Xian was a little confused. He quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search his soul. The next moment he was shocked. Elder Luo Yang was actually his master, Elder Luo. Heavens! The system wanted him to kill his master. What's going on? Why didn't I kill He Jian? Yi Xian was confused. Luo Yang was his master. Now that the system wanted him to kill Luo Yang for no reason, it was hard for him to accept. This time, it was only Luo and who wanted to kill him. Otherwise, those senior brothers could have killed him on their way here. They would not have waited until now. However, Luo Yang had taken He Jian as his disciple. The two of them might have some shady dealings. System, I don't think you want me to kill Elder Luo Yang for no reason. I should go back and check. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and then flew toward the Golden Plume Palace. Although he had left some void positioning points along the way, he was about to break through. It was better to be careful. Coincidentally, when he returned to the Golden Plume Palace, he had already broken through to the 9th stage Holy Emperor. Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others were 4th stage Holy Venerables. Even Luo Luo's cultivation level had increased to that of a 4th stage half-step heavenly monarch. Now, Luo Luo could probably fight with a heavenly monarch. However, before that Yi Xian had to be careful. Therefore, he had used the time reversal skill to replay the scene of that day. He had absorbed Luo and, who had fallen into the sea and been devoured by the sea beasts, into the devouring space. This way, Yi Xian could 100% turn into Luo and using the Mask of Truth. Grandpa, I'm back. Yi Xian used the Mask of Truth to disguise himself as Luo and sent a message to Luo Yang. What happened? Why didn't the others arrive? Luo Yang asked curiously. The Sea Beast King almost broke through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. It joined forces with the other sea beasts to kill us. My senior brothers were all devoured by the sea beasts in order to protect me, Yi Xian explained. I know. Luo Yang replied without much emotion. This made Yi Xian feel strange. One should know that the leading disciple was one of Luo Yang's favorite disciples. Now that he was dead, why was Luo Yang not showing any emotion? Something was wrong. Grandpa, I have something to show you. I got it from the sea beast's nest, Yi Xian continued. Come here. After a while, Yi Xian found Elder Luo Yang's residence and walked in. What is it? Elder Luo Yang asked. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly showed a murderous look. Sword Immortal descends, flying immortal sword. Yi Xian turned into a ray of cold light and attacked Luo Yang. Luo Yang was shocked. He did not expect Luo An to suddenly attack him. Moreover, the move he used was not Luo An's. Fortunately, he was a heavenly monarch realm expert. How could he fall for it so easily? Bang! He struck out his palm and hit Yi Xian's abdomen, sending him flying. Yi Xian. Luo Yang recognized him immediately. He Jian, is that you? Chapter 2004. What are you talking about? Luo Yang narrowed his eyes. Stop pretending. What method did you use to seize Elder Luo Yang's body? Yi Xian asked. Hearing this, Elder Luo Yang was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, You are indeed not simple. I didn't even expose myself in front of the sect master. How did you expose me? It was you. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had been thinking that since He Jian could change his body, why couldn't he change his body again? Therefore, he guessed that He Jian must have seized Elder Luo Yang's body. That was why the system changed the mission to kill Luo Yang. That's right, it was me. He Jian grinned. You didn't expect this, right? I came from a low-ranked ancient country, but I managed to seize the body of a Lord of Heaven Realm Elder. Who else in this world can do that? So what if you did? You will still die in the end. Yi Xian said slowly. Since Luo Yang had admitted to it, the next goal was to kill He Jian. However, at that moment, ding! You have triggered a random mission. You will not be able to use time reversal. If you succeed in killing He Jian, the reward will be doubled. The system notification frightened Yi Xian. Previously, Yi Xian had wanted to use time reversal to find trouble with He Jian after breaking through to the next realm. But now, he couldn't use time reversal? What the F***CK? I don't care. Yi Xian didn't care anymore. He summoned Luo Luo and the other two to attack He Jian. Luo Yang's expression couldn't help but change when he saw this. He angrily shouted, "How dare you, Yi Xian? I'm your master, yet you dare to attack me. You disgraceful brat, I'll clean up the sect today." His voice was deafening. Everyone in the palace probably heard it. Luo Yang had been worried that he couldn't find a reason to attack Yi Xian. Now, he could kill him openly. You think you can? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Luo Yang. Fortunately, it was only the invincible sword deity clone that came to find Luo Yang. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Of course, he couldn't use time reversal now, so the void spirit godly armor was naturally used on Luo Luo. Rumble! Both sides began to fight. The intensity of their attacks was so great that Luo Yang's residence was instantly reduced to ruins. When the disciples saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. Who are those people? How dare they attack Elder Luo Yang? Hey, isn't that Luoan? What? Luoan, the grandson of Elder Luo Yang? What kind of joke is this? A grandson attacking his grandfather? The disciples below immediately recognized him. At this time, Luo An's younger brother, Luo Quan, also rushed over and asked in surprise, "Grandfather, big brother, what happened?" "He's not your big brother. He's a traitor in disguise," Luo Yang quickly said. "After possessing Elder Luo Yang's body, you still have the cheek to say this? What a joke," Yi Xian said loudly. These two sentences were heard by everyone. Everyone felt a wave of disbelief. Both sides were saying that the other side was a fake. What was going on? However, this was the truth. Yi Xian used the real mask to disguise himself as Luo and He Jian used the method of possession to possess Elder Luo Yang's body. In other words, both of them were fake. At the same time, the commotion attracted the attention of the other experts. What's going on? Why did Elder Luo Yang attack his grandson? The elders who lived nearby rushed over and were puzzled. "Elders, this person pretended to be my grandson and tried to assassinate me," Elder Luo Yang said loudly. "I see." Everyone nodded and immediately attacked. In comparison, Elder Luo Yang's words were more authoritative. After all, Elder Luo Yang was a Lord of Heaven realm expert. The surrounding elders were also Lords of Heaven. They understood that not just anyone could possess a body. Immediately, the two elders attacked Luo Luo, Blackhorn, and the others. Damn it, it seems like there's no other way this time. Let's go. Yi Xian, who was far away, had his eyes flicker. He directly let the sword celestial avatar absorb Luo Luo and the others into the devouring space and then put away the unparalleled sword. When the sword celestial avatar disappeared, everyone lost their target. Fortunately, Yi Xian only went to look for He Jian after breaking through to be on the safe side. Otherwise, with Luo Luo's previous realm, she would be in danger. However, this time, the truth was out. Next, Elder Luo Yang could only wait for death. This time, I can't do anything to He Jian. As long as I break through again, I can kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky. He Jian definitely had to die. However, the time of his death would be different. Now that the two random missions were stacked, The earlier He Jian died, the better Yi Xian's reward would be. Therefore, Yi Xian prepared to go to the Golden Plume training ground again in a few days to kill Luo Yang. During this time, the Golden Plume training ground also sent out a large number of experts to search for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, could not be found unless a Lord of Heaven expert passed by. Very soon, a few days had passed. Ding. Host has broken through to first rank Sacred Master. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-breaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through to 5th rank Sacred Master. Yi Xian finally broke through to the next realm. Now, with these trump cards, he should be able to kill He Jian. Immediately, he used the real mask to disguise himself as a disciple and returned to the Golden Plume training ground. Luo Yang, wait for your death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sneaked into Luo Yang's palace. However, when he arrived at Luo Yang's new residence, Luo Yang was indifferent. Yi Xian immediately summoned Luo and the others to attack together. Rumble. There was a rumbling sound in the Golden Plume training ground. Elder Luo Yang was killed in an instant under the attacks of so many people. Ding. The target of the Death Hunt order is dead. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Mission completed. However, when the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he did not hear the system notification. What happened? Yi Xian looked curiously and found that the 2 random missions were not completed, and the time reversal skill could not be used. He Jian was not dead. The random mission had changed again. Now, Yi Xian had to kill the master of the Golden Plume training ground, Wukong. Swoosh. At this time, a cold light came and hit Luo directly. Fortunately, Yi Xian had asked Wei Zhentian to transform into the Void Spirit Divine armor and put it on Luo. Otherwise, this attack would have severely injured Luo. What happened? Yi Xian turned around and found that a large number of elders of the Golden Plume training ground had appeared. Chapter 2005. Among them, there was an extremely strong aura. This aura belonged to the sect master of Golden Plume Temple, Wukong. Now, Yi Xian finally understood that He Jian had seized Wukong's body using the possession technique. Then, he set up a trap here and waited for him to walk into it. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't notice the change in the random mission's content. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, it was still the sword deity clone that entered this time. Yi Xian, you crazy disciple. How dare you kill your own master? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you, you evildoer. Wukong said to Yi Xian with a righteous look on his face. Previously, Luo Yang's body was still under his control. This time, he deliberately allowed Luo Yang to be killed by Yi Xian. He Jian, you're pretty good. After seizing Elder Luo Yang's body, you seized the sect master's body. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. When the surrounding elders heard this, they were slightly surprised. However, they didn't feel anything strange about Wukong, so they were a little suspicious of Yi Xian's words. This kid, how can he recognize me every time? Wukong was a little surprised. His possession technique was flawless. He directly devoured the opponent's soul and merged with the opponent's body. Regardless of whether it was the action or the aura, it was exactly the same. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to recognize him like this. But this was the truth. Elders, let's join forces and kill this kid. Wukong shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding elders all made their moves. Terrifying attacks attacked Yi Xian one after another. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared half to death when facing a Heaven Lord expert. However, Yi Xian and the rest didn't have the slightest fear in the face of such powerful attacks. Luo kill. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although the surrounding elders were most likely innocent, they would definitely listen to the sect master's orders now that He Jian was in control of Wukong's body. Therefore, they could only kill. All right. Luo responded. She actually charged forward while enduring all the attacks. The Void Spirit Godly Armor had an extremely strong defensive ability. Most importantly, it was immune to all energy attacks, including attacks like Sword Qi. To put it simply, Those attacks did not harm Luo Luo in the slightest. How is this possible? He can actually block so many of our attacks? Wukong was extremely shocked. One should know that he had also made a move earlier. Even if it was him, he would not be able to block all of those attacks. However, Luo was charging towards them as if nothing had happened. Impossible. However, this was the truth. All of you are courting death. Luo shouted angrily and finally launched an attack. With the almost invincible Void Spirit Divine Armor, her combat power was unprecedented. Coupled with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, she was a perpetual motion machine. Wukong and the other 6 elders, who were all first-level heavenly lords, couldn't do anything to Luo. Pucci! Luo closed in on one of the elders. Luo instantly exploded with power and took his head. The first heavenly monarch realm elder had fallen. In addition, Black Horn, the Old Tree, and the Sword Celestial Doppelganger had also launched their attacks. The Sword Celestial Doppelganger was truly invincible. With him around, Black Horn and the Old Tree could be resurrected immediately even if they died. Countless immortal slaying puppets and celestial eliminating arrows surrounded the elders and Wukong. Bastard, why is it so difficult to deal with? Wukong said angrily. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Yi Xian directly. If that was the case, how could he have ended up like this? I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Wukong decided to personally take action and charge towards Luo. Unfortunately, Luo didn't want to fight him one-on-one for the time being. She would deal with the unnecessary people around first. Rumble! The battle on Golden Feather Island was earth-shattering and attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of Golden Feather Temple were all shocked. It was hard to imagine that the sect master they worshipped in their hearts would team up with the elders to attack a group of people whose realms were far lower than theirs. This was not the main point. The main point was that the elders were falling one by one. In a short while, the 6 elders were all dead, and even their corpses disappeared. These corpses were naturally collected by the Sword Celestial Doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Wukong became a commander without any helpers. Damn it! Why is my attack ineffective? Wukong couldn't understand. With his realm as a second-stage heavenly lord, he couldn't do anything to Luo, a half-step heavenly lord. It was too fake. However, he didn't believe it. Next, he fought with Luo for a while. Luo was never injured, and her saint power seemed to be endless as she attacked him crazily. For a moment, Wukong actually smelled a dangerous aura. In desperation, he could only divert his firepower and attack others. Unfortunately, whether it was the Old Tree or Black Horn, every time they were destroyed, they would reappear. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, it was even more terrifying. Just like Luo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it didn't dodge his attacks at all. At this moment, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind fell into Wukong's ears. He turned his head and saw a black spike attacking him. He activated the saint power in his body and prepared to block it. However, what surprised him was that the spike actually crushed his saint power in an instant and pierced his palm. Poof! This black spike was the poison deity spike that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. The poison today was called blazing flame poison. Once stabbed, the body would feel as if it had fallen into a fiery abyss, and it was extremely painful. The saint power in his body was also constantly evaporating. After a while, Wukong would be roasted alive. After stabbing Wukong, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger quickly put away Wei Zhentian. Then, Luo put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor in the devouring space and attacked again. Damn it, let's go! Wukong's expression changed drastically, and he turned to leave. If it wasn't for the poison deity spike, even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, even he couldn't get rid of the blazing flame poison. If they continued to fight, he would definitely be the one to die. Humph, you want to run? The Sword Celestial Doppelganger's eyes flickered. He immediately flashed behind Wukong and attacked. Get lost. Wukong turned around and slapped the Sword Celestial Doppelganger away. However, before this, Luo was put away by the Sword Celestial Doppelganger and released again. She appeared beside Wukong. Bam! Luo Luo took the hit and was sent flying. However, the powerful Void Spirit Divine Armor only injured her slightly. In the blink of an eye, she was healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This guy is carrying 2 random missions. As long as I kill him, I can get double the reward. I must kill him as soon as possible. Chapter 2006. However, Wukong's speed was indeed very fast. After all, he was a Tier 2 Heavenly Lord. Without the assassination eye, it was impossible to catch up with him. Damn it, what is that burning aura in my body? My saint power is being depleted. Wukong took out a precious elixir and swallowed it while defending. He knew that if his saint power was depleted, it would be his time to die. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. There seemed to be a big city near the Golden Feather Training Ground. Its strength was not weaker than the Golden Feather Training Ground. The Golden Feather Training Ground had cooperated with this big city many times before. If he went there, he might be able to seek help. Yi Xian did not know this, so he let the Sword Celestial Avatar use the Assassination Eye continuously to get closer to Wukong. When Wukong's saint power was about to be depleted, he finally found the big city. He immediately rushed in and shouted, "I am the master of the Golden Feather Training Ground, Wukong. I am being hunted by villains. City Master Wang, please help me." His voice was deafening and spread throughout the entire city. Immediately, the experts of the City Master Mansion rushed out and saw Wukong. It is indeed the master of the Golden Feather Training Ground, Wukong. A middle-aged man shouted angrily and led the experts to attack. A Tier 2 Heavenly Lord and 6 Tier 1 Heavenly Lords. That's all there is to it. The Sword Celestial Avatar squinted his eyes and rushed forward. Then, Luo Luo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, appeared and fought with them. Rumble! Loud sounds came from the sky. Even when facing so many experts, Luo Luo was not afraid at all. This guy, how did he cultivate? Wukong could not help but think. In such a short period of time, the combat strength of Yi Xian's group had increased by so much. Previously, they would at most be able to fight against a second-stage Holy Emperor, but now, they were actually able to fight against a second-stage Heavenly Lord. Therefore, Wukong was very interested in Yi Xian's body. He, who was seriously injured, watched from the periphery and helped from time to time. He glanced at Luo Luo and the others, then made a decision. Suddenly, a bright light burst out of Wukong's body and rushed toward the Sword Celestial Avatar. However, when the bright light hit the Sword Celestial Avatar, it was suddenly repelled. What? This beam of light was actually Wukong's soul. He wanted to enter the Sword Immortal Avatar and possess Elder Luo Yang and Dao Master Wukong. Who would have thought that he would fail? When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw this, he immediately slashed out with his sword. However, this ordinary attack was unable to harm He Jian's soul. After He Jian's soul left Wukong's body, his body fell from the sky. In the next moment, He Jian stared at Luo Luo, who was closest to him. Surprisingly, Luo Luo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, was also immune to this attack. Then, only the old tree and Black Cove were left. "It's you!" He Jian's eyes lit up as he dashed toward the old tree. He knows that the old tree is a Daoist and the Black Horn is a holy beast, so he chooses the old tree first. Pooh! Before the old tree could react, He Jian's soul entered it. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! The body of the infernal god unicorn has been occupied. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This bastard wants to occupy the old tree's body? However, what surprised him was that this body was really taken over by He Jian. "Young master, I can't control my body." The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was not the point. The point was that after the old tree's body was occupied, its aura suddenly soared. It directly reached the level of Half-Lord of Heaven from the 5th grade Sacred Venerable Realm. Holy Age *T. Yi Xian was frightened. After He Jian possessed the old tree's body, he forcibly increased the level of the old tree. This meant that the old tree's strength would be very strong. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful flame soared into the sky and spread out in an instant. Whether it was the city master or those Lord of Heaven high ships, they were all burned to ashes. Even the Black Horn could not resist. Fortunately, this kind of attack had no effect on Luoluo, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, nothing would happen to it. "Ah, young master, this guy is devouring my soul," the old tree shouted again. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. Ever since He Jian's soul occupied the old tree's body, he could no longer command the infernal god unicorn. However, the old tree was still his Dharma treasure. As long as He Jian was killed, the old tree should be able to be reborn. Then He Jian would disappear. "Luoluo, Sword Celestial Doppelganger, kill him," Yi Xian immediately ordered. In an instant, 3 figures were fighting in a sea of fire. However, even with the Void Spirit Divine armor, Luoluo was only immune to fire attacks. She was accidentally hit by the infernal god unicorn and almost died. The Void Spirit Divine armor was immune to energy attacks and had a lot of material defense. However, it almost killed Luoluo. Yi Xian was so scared that he quickly asked Luoluo to retreat. The second random task prohibited him from using the time reversal skill. If He Jian was not dead, he would not be able to use it. If Luoluo died, there would be no way to save her. Moreover, if the old tree's soul was forcefully devoured, Yi Xian did not know if he could be resurrected. What should I do? Yi Xian's face changed greatly as he quickly thought of a solution. "Young master, I am resisting with all my strength. It won't be that easy for him to devour my soul. You should leave first and come back to save me when you are strong enough." The old tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. It seemed that this was the only way. Yi Xian immediately asked the Sword Celestial Doppelganger to put Luoluo away. Then, he tried to recall the infernal god unicorn but found that he could no longer do so. As for the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, he stayed here to fight with the infernal god unicorn and delay the infernal god unicorn so that He Jian would not be able to divert too much attention to devour the old tree soul. Beneath their feet was a sea of fire. Even the city lord, who was a second-stage heavenly lord, was burned to death, let alone the others. "Ha, kid, you finally know how powerful I am." He Jian laughed loudly. "Don't be so arrogant. You will definitely die in my hands." Yi Xian scolded angrily. "This body is not bad. If I devour his soul, my combat strength will continue to increase. When that time comes, let's see how you will deal with me." He Jian swept into the distance amidst his laughter. He knew that the Sword Celestial Doppelganger was an invincible existence, so he could not be bothered with it. Seeing this, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger immediately chased after him. This chase lasted for more than 10 days. During this time, Yi Xian had broken through to 2nd stage Sacred Master, while Black Horn and the others were 6th stage Sacred Masters. Chapter 2007. The crisis this time was beyond Yi Xian's expectation, so he decided not to take the mission reward this time. No matter what, he had to kill He Jian. More than 10 days passed. At this time, Yi Xian was already a 6th grade Sacred Master, while Black Horn and the others had finally broken through to 1st grade Sacred Emperor. As for Luoluo, she had reached the Heavenly Lord realm. "Young master, I estimate that I will be devoured in 3 days." The old tree's voice was very weak, as if he was on his last breath. "Okay, Sword Celestial Avatar, Black Horn, Luoluo, attack." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial Avatar, who had been using the Eye of Assassination to hunt down infernal god unicorn, suddenly attacked. "You're finally making a move?" He Jian squinted his eyes and immediately turned around to spit out a scorching flame. However, it was useless against the Sword Celestial Avatar and Luoluo. Heavenly Flame Right. Flying Immortal Sword. Devouring Dragon Roar. Black Horn and the others attacked with all their might. Luo's attack was the strongest among them, but her attacks were also of the fire attribute. Infernal God Unicorn was still Yi Xian's opponent, so his attack was greatly reduced. However, Luoluo was now at the Heavenly Lord realm, and Infernal God Unicorn was only a 2nd grade Heavenly Lord. In just one move, he had severely injured Infernal God Unicorn. In fact, Yi Xian would try every time he broke through, but Infernal God Unicorn also had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, so his recovery was extremely strong, so Yi Xian could not do anything to him. Fortunately, he could finally do it now. "No, how did your strength increase so quickly?" He Jian shouted loudly. He had used a secret method to make Infernal God Unicorn break through to second-grade Heavenly Lord at the cost of his soul. But Luo Luo had broken through to this realm in just a few days. It was impossible. Nothing is impossible. The sword's celestial avatar opened his eyes wide and attacked directly. Infernal God Unicorn's body had not recovered, but he was attacked by the sword's celestial avatar and black horn, and his injuries immediately became worse. Luo's attack followed. Boom! Flaming meteors rained down one after another, smashing Unicorn into minced meat. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn has died. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn has been resurrected. 2 system notifications rang out, and the old tree was revived in the devouring space. Furthermore, his soul had also been restored to its previous level. The mission was completed? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't hear any notification for the completion of the quest. He immediately took a look. He found that there was a cloud of blue mist floating above Unicorn's body that had turned into mud. If Yi Xian did not possess the Eye of Revelation, he might not have noticed it. This blue mist must be He Jian's soul. Although Yi Xian didn't know why He Jian's soul was like this, he couldn't care less and attacked directly. Unexpectedly, he couldn't hurt him at all. "Idiot, do you think I'm an ordinary soul?" He Jian snorted coldly. This soul of his was so strange that it could actually speak. "I don't believe it, attack with all your might." Yi Xian immediately ordered. Luo Luo, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the Sword Saint Avatar attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't hurt He Jian's soul. What the hell was this He Jian? At this time, Shio! He Jian suddenly turned into a blue shadow and rushed toward Black Horn this time. "You want to take over my body again? No way." Yi Xian quickly kept Black Horn and Old Tree into the devouring space. As for Luo Luo, she was immune to this kind of attack because she was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. She had already shaken off her soul last time, so there was no need to be afraid. You can't hurt my mutated soul, so why don't we just write it off like this? You go your way and I'll go mine. He Jian suddenly suggested. Get lost, you almost killed my people and you want to write it off like this? Yi Xian cursed. What's more, he still had 2 random missions to complete. As long as He Jian died, these 2 random missions would be completed. After all, he couldn't use the time reversal skill before the random missions were completed. Some random missions were mandatory, and he couldn't refuse or give up. Then what can you do to me? Do you think you can kill me with your current means? He Jian said coldly. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking about whether Wei Zhentian had the form of a Dharma treasure that could absorb He Jian's mutated soul. However, at this time, suddenly, a strong pressure appeared, and it shocked Yi Xian and He Jian so much that they couldn't move. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Golden Feather Training Hall entered their sight. This is an expert from the dojo. He Jian recognized him at a glance. The Golden Feather Dojo where Wu Kong was the sect master was only a small branch in the 2nd level heaven, while the Golden Feather Dojo was established in the 3rd level heaven. This middle-aged man came from the 3rd level heaven's dojo, and his strength was probably at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. Kid, you're the one who betrayed your master and killed all the elders in the 72nd dojo, and then chased after the sect master of the branch, Wu Kong? The middle-aged man asked. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, Senior, you've misunderstood. Someone took over Elder Luo Yang's body, then sect master Wu Kong's body, and wanted to harm me. The person who took over is this mutated soul in front of you. The middle-aged man was puzzled. He glanced at it but didn't see any soul. However, a mutated soul wasn't something that ordinary people could see. Immediately, he took out a lantern magic treasure and opened it. In the next moment, He Jian's mutated soul was sucked into it, and he could see it now. There really is a mutated soul. However, what you said has yet to be verified. Come with me. The middle-aged man said coldly and left with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked. Was he going to the third-level heaven this time? As expected, this invincible heavenly lord's strength was beyond his understanding. He directly soared into the sky and walked toward it. Then, they passed through the long dark area and arrived at the third-level heaven. After a few days of traveling, they arrived at the Golden Feather Dojo in the third-level heaven. Sect Master, I've brought them back. The middle-aged man transmitted. Good, bring them in. After a while, the middle-aged man brought Yi Xian and He Jian's mutated soul to an old man. This old man had no aura at all, as if he was immortal. The sect master of the Golden Feather Dojo? Yi Xian was shocked. It was said that the sect master of the Golden Feather Dojo was a half-step Dao Lord, and he had already begun to comprehend the Dao. Come, let me see that mutated soul, the old man said to the middle-aged man. Chapter 2008. Dao Master, please spare my life. He Jian's soul shouted anxiously as he sensed danger. Yi Xian might not be able to do anything to him, but the middle-aged man was enough, let alone the Dao Master. Don't worry. If you're innocent, I'll let you go. The Golden Feather Dao Master opened the lantern and grabbed He Jian's mutated soul with his hand. 3 seconds later, I figured out the ins and outs of the matter. This He Jian's soul has mutated. It looks like a possession, but it's actually devouring other people's souls to grow and take over their bodies. The Golden Feather Dao Master said slowly, this person is unforgivable. Coincidentally, I've comprehended the soul-devouring Dao of the 100,000 great Daos. I'll take your soul. No, no, He Jian immediately shouted when he heard that. In the next moment, his mutated soul was crushed by the Golden Feather Dao Master right in front of Yi Xian. Then, the blue mist surged into the Golden Feather Dao Master's body. The soul-devouring Dao of the 100,000 great Daos? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He couldn't understand it at his current level. However, after He Jian's death, 2 system notifications rang in his mind. Ding! Host has completed 2 random missions. Ding! Heaven's Appraiser's magic treasure form is fixed. This was the reward Yi Xian got for completing the random missions after so long. Damn it, the reward is a fixed Heaven's Appraiser's magic treasure form. Yi Xian looked helpless. This magic treasure form had long been eliminated. It wasn't even 1/10 of the flying sword form, so it was useless. However, Yi Xian was in luck because the Heaven's Appraiser's magic treasure, Xingtian, could be combined with the poison god spike. At this moment, the Golden Feather Dao Master said, You're Yi Xian, right? Yes, Senior. Yi Xian nodded. I know from He Jian's memories that you're very talented. At the same time, you're a disciple of the Golden Feather Dao sect. I happen to have a mission on hand. Can you help me complete it? The Golden Feather Dao Master said. Yi Xian paused, then said, Senior, please speak. I want you to return to the second layer of heaven and establish a new dojo. You will be the Dao Master, but do not use the name Golden Feather Dojo, said the Golden Feather Dao Master. What? After Yi Xian finished listening, he asked in astonishment, I'm not even a half-step heavenly monarch. How can I establish a dojo? With my Golden Feather training ground backing you up, you don't have to worry. The Golden Feather Pathmaster said, To be honest, there might be a calamity coming up, and it might even destroy the Golden Feather Path sect. That is why I want you to pass on the incense. Then, why didn't you find someone else? Yi Xian frowned. The others have already shown their faces. You have the ability to disguise yourself. As long as you change your appearance, normal people won't be able to find you. After Golden Feather Sect Master finished speaking, he took out an interspatial ring and said, Are you willing to take on this responsibility? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Now, the Golden Feather Path Master wanted him to establish a sect and be the sect master himself. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Currently, his sword celestial clone was brought to the 3rd layer of heaven, while his original body was still at the 2nd layer of heaven. If he wanted to leave, even a half-step Dao Master could not stop him. However, in the next moment, he made a decision. Ding! Host has triggered a sect mission. Mission completion reward, activating the sect system. Sect mission? A new system? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the system gave him another notification. Ding! Accept the interspatial ring from the Golden Feather Pathmaster and return to the second layer of heaven to establish a new dojo and become the Dao Master. This was the sect mission, and it was very simple. However, there was a requirement. The requirement was to fix a sect location and accept 100 half-step heavenly monarch disciples. This was not difficult for Yi Xian at the moment. Since that's the case, then Yi Xian will agree. Senior, I agree. Yi Xian nodded and took the interspatial ring. Although there are not many things in here, it is enough for you to cultivate to the invincible heavenly monarch level. There are also some martial arts techniques. After that, you will have to rely on your own hands to obtain them. After the Golden Feather Path Master finished speaking, he took out a sword-shaped token and said, "This will be your sect master's token. Put it in the interspatial ring." Oh, okay. Yi Xian did not think too much and kept the token. When you came here, you were brought here by Yun Guang. Next, Yun Guang will bring you back to another place to establish a sect. After the Golden Feather Path Master finished speaking, he waved his hand. Then, the middle-aged man named Yun Guang secretly left the Golden Feather Dojo with Yi Xian and returned to the second layer of heaven through a teleportation formation. Remember, this is a secret mission. Do not reveal that you are a disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo, and do not mention that you have met the Dao Master. Yun Guang paused and said, "Next, you will be the sect master. Have you thought of a name for the dojo?" Let's call it the Lianyun Dojo. Yi Xian said casually, because he was born in Lianyun City. Then the Lianyun Dojo. I will now erase the memories of everyone in the dojo. But even so, you should change your appearance. Yun Guang nodded and left through the void again. This time, it was beyond his expectations. He did not expect to be given such an important mission. What a scam! However, he also found some clues. At this time, he had already immersed his mind into the devouring space. The sword-shaped token that the Golden Feather Path Master gave him was a little strange. It seemed to be something special. But then again, now that he had returned to the second layer of heaven, he was going to establish a sect. More importantly, he was only a Saint Venerable, so he could not be the Pathmaster. Oh right, after the old tree's body was occupied by He Jian, he broke through to the half-step Heavenly Lord realm. Then, He Jian used his soul to help the old tree grow to the second-level Heavenly Lord realm. Now, the old tree is a powerful existence in the second layer of heaven. Yi Xian thought to himself. He Jian had helped him a lot. However, because of the contract, the old tree could not increase his realm anymore, unless Yi Xian reached the 9th-level half-step Heavenly Lord realm. The mission to activate the sect system is not difficult. It can be activated as long as we have 100 half-step Heavenly Lord realm disciples. I wonder what the function of the sect system is? Yi Xian was looking forward to it, but he had to choose a location first. He asked Blackhorn, the old tree, Luo, and the others to spread out and find a good place. Half a day later, "Young master, this is a good place. It is a valley, very suitable for setting up a concealment array." Chapter 2009. Yi Xian's plan was to find a good place to set up the array and then build a space-devouring portal at the entrance. That way, anyone who entered the dojo would be transported to the space-devouring portal. How could Yi Xian not make good use of such a good place like the space-devouring portal? Soon Yi Xian chose the place and let Luo learn the array that he had exchanged from the celestial-level devouring system. In less than half a day, the array was completed and Yi Xian set up a space-devouring portal at the entrance of the array. The place is ready. I wonder what's going on with the old tree? Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had asked the old tree to search for nearby cities and then recruit some disciples. Coincidentally, not long after Luo finished setting up the array, the old tree arrived with a few hundred people. These people were all half-heavenly lords. Some were high while some were low, but they all met the requirements of the mission. Although some of them did not have high aptitudes, Yi Xian brought them all in to complete the mission. When the time came, he would just reward them with something. These people entered the space-devouring portal and arrived at the space-devouring portal. Ding. Host has completed the sect mission and activated the sect system. Ding. Current sect level is 0. Number of disciples is 467. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked the sect system. The sect master was the old tree to the outside world, but in fact, it was him. The old tree was only the temporary sect master. However, this did not matter. After all, he valued the sect system. The name was not important. In addition, these disciples' names, genders, realms, and aptitudes were also listed. Most people had aptitudes of 1 to 2 stars. Only a few had reached 3 stars. Damn, there are 9 levels in the aptitudes assessment. Among these people, the highest aptitude is only 3 stars? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and quickly added Luo Luo's name to the Lianyun dojo. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo's aptitude was unknown. Not only that, but so was the old tree. Forget it. Let's see what's so good about joining a sect. Yi Xian shook his head and looked through the list carefully. There were many benefits to the sect system. As the master of the dojo, Yi Xian could enjoy all kinds of enhancements. The current sect level was 0, so there was no increase in strength at all. If it was upgraded to level 1, then the strength of Yi Xian and his subordinates would increase tenfold. In addition, the disciples of his sect had their aptitude and battle prowess doubled. It was too terrifying. Old tree, from now on, you will be the Dao master of Lianyun Dao sect, and I will be behind the scenes. Yi Xian said to the old tree. Alright, then I'll change my name to Yi Tsong from now on. I'll be the Daoist master of Lianyun dojo. The old tree said. Yi Tsong, huh? After hearing this name, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was quite suitable for the old tree. Just like that, Yi Xian established the Lianyun Daoist sect. As the old tree of the Dao master, his current combat strength was probably equivalent to that of a top-notch heaven monarch. This strength was enough to dominate the second layer of heaven. Ding! Host has triggered the chain quest of the sect. Upgrade the sect level to level 1. Reward, time control advancement. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Upgrading to level 1 didn't seem to be that difficult. Currently, the sect was at level 0, and there were more than 400 half-step heaven monarch disciples. As long as the number of half-step heaven monarch disciples increased to 10,000, then the sect would be upgraded to level 1. Young master, what do we do next? Old tree. If we want to recruit disciples, then we have to make some noise. Old tree, go challenge the various city lords and sect masters. Spread the name of our Lianyun Dao sect. Yi Xian said. Okay, then I'll go right away. Old tree nodded. As for Luo Luo, she stayed in the sword's devouring space to cultivate. After a while, her strength would probably reach the invincible heaven monarch level. Then she would be able to dominate the entire second layer of heaven. As for his original body, he had already found a good place to hide. Old tree's strength was almost at the peak of the second layer of heaven. As long as there were no invincible heaven monarchs, there would be no problem. In addition, Yi Xian also sent a large number of people to build teleportation formations in the various cities to make things more convenient for everyone. In the following period of time, the name of the Lianyun Dao sect spread rapidly. The interspatial ring that the Golden Feather sect master had given him contained countless treasures that could allow one to continuously cultivate to the invincible heaven monarch level. He left 2/3 of it for Luo Luo and used it to cultivate disciples. After all, these were all half-step heaven monarch level disciples. It was very easy to use 1/3 of the resources to raise tens of thousands of disciples to the heaven monarch level. With such a large amount of cultivation resources and the help of the devouring space, it would be no problem for the sect to reach the requirements in a short period of time. After a period of time, while waiting for Old Tree's return, Yi Xian had broken through to the 9th grade Sacred Master level. He was only 1 step away from the 1st grade Sacred Emperor level. During this period of time, there were many people who joined the Lianyun Dao sect and were arranged to cultivate in the devouring space. Yi Xian did not reject anyone because he had a large amount of cultivation resources to back him up. He was thinking that it would be great if he met a few talented disciples. Finally, Old Tree made a name for himself. This time, he brought back tens of thousands of people. They were all high-level half-step heaven monarchs, and there were even mid-level heaven monarchs. Those high-level heaven monarchs were basically the people who held down the fort in some sections. It was impossible for them to leave. The addition of mid-level heaven monarchs had already exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. Oh, not bad. We actually have a 5-star genius. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the sect chain mission. Reward, time control advancement. When the system prompt Yi Xian Yin sounded out, the speed of the devouring space slowed down once again. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 4,480 years in the devouring space. It was really terrifying. The first round of the sect chain mission was completed. Next was the second round of the mission. The second round of the mission was still a little difficult for Yi Xian because he had to find a 6-star disciple. However, what was out of his expectations was that the disciple with 5-star aptitude actually rose to 6-star aptitude after joining the sect. Don't forget, the sect was now at the first level. The disciple's aptitude had doubled. The 5-star disciple's aptitude doubled and became a 6-star disciple. It was really too much of a coincidence. Ding. Host has completed the second round of the sect chain mission. Reward, time control advancement. When the system notification sounded, the speed of time in the devouring space slowed down again. A day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 10,000 years in the devouring space. Chapter 2010. However, the third part of the sect chain mission was a little more difficult. It required Yi Xian to find 100 disciples with 6-star aptitude, and they had to be in the Lord of Heaven realm. This was a little difficult. After all, the current 6-star aptitude disciple was only an 8th grade half-Lord of Heaven. They're all a bunch of useless trash. Even if their aptitude is doubled, they'll only be 5-star at most. Yi Xian shook his head. The highest aptitude evaluation was 9-star. 5-star aptitude was not enough. However, he calmed down. After all, the sect system had just been opened. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, there are countless people in the devouring space. If I take all of them into the Lianyun Daoist sect, I might be able to find some with good aptitude. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately took out a large number of disciple tokens and forced everyone to refine them. In this way, they would be forced to become disciples of the Lianyun Daoist sect. Yi Xian quickly checked and found that there were more than 300 billion people in the Lianyun Daoist sect. This number shocked him. Before this, he had taken in many people, including some of his enemies, into the devouring space. Then, because the time was different from the outside world, many generations had passed. The devouring space was actually a small world, and Yi Xian was the owner of this small world. With so many people, it was not difficult to find 100 6-star aptitude disciples. However, these 6-star aptitude disciples were of different realms. Some of them were even a few realms apart. Yi Xian quickly distributed cultivation resources to them, and then asked a Lord of Heaven expert to guide them. In just one day, all of them had reached the half-Lord of Heaven realm. Ding! Host has completed the third part of the sect chain mission. Reward, space-time bloodline evolution. When the space-time bloodline evolved, the control of time and space would also evolve. This would affect the flow rate and size of the devouring space. This was killing many birds with one stone. However, the fourth part of the sect chain mission was awkward. It required a 7-star aptitude Lord of Heaven. This was not something Yi Xian could do at the moment. There were already so few 6-star aptitude disciples, and none of them were 7-star aptitude disciples. What was he going to find? Yi Xian, who was vexed for a while, suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately lit up. That's right, the devouring space takes up a lot of space, and these saints with long lifespans rarely reproduce. As long as I let them have more children, there might be some geniuses with genetic mutations that reach 7-star aptitude. Currently, the flow of time in the devouring space was extremely slow. A day in the outside world was close to 18,000 years in the devouring space. If it was based on the 20 years for an ordinary human generation, Then a day in the outside world was equivalent to 900 generations in the devouring space. If that was the case, it wouldn't be as simple as multiplying the population by 900, because those new people would continue to reproduce. Yi Xian calculated for a moment before giving the order to the entire devouring space. However, at their level, it was not easy to get pregnant. Fortunately, they were in the devouring space. After a day, the 300 billion people in the devouring space multiplied to 100 trillion people. 1 trillion people meant 1 trillion people, and 100 trillion people meant 100 trillion people. With so many people, Yi Xian found a few 7-star aptitude disciples. However, the devouring space did not allow them to reproduce for another day. It would explode, so Yi Xian stopped immediately. Yi Xian continued to spend a large amount of natural treasures to let the 7-star aptitude disciples grow. This entire process took a few days. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a first-grade holy emperor. Ding! Wei Zhentian, sky-breaking ape god, and devouring black scale dragon have broken through. You are now a 5th-grade holy emperor. It was likely that no one in the devouring space would have thought that Yi Xian's cultivation level would be so low. This was because many of them were already at the Saint Emperor level, and the experts at the half-step Heavenly Lord level were calculated in hundreds of millions. However, this was only 1/1,000,000th of the total population. The total population was 100 trillion. Ding! Host has completed the 4th round of the sect chain mission. Reward: Immortal I Unicorn Bloodline Evolution. The Immortal I Unicorn bloodline had a total of 4 bloodlines. If he wanted to evolve all of them, he would need to spend a lot of devouring points. However, Yi Xian still hoped to evolve his space-time bloodline. Now that the 4th round of the sect chain mission had been completed, it was time for the 5th round. Ding! Host has completed the 5th round of the sect chain mission. Reputation has increased to the required level. Current reputation is 1% of the required level. This time, it was not a mission to nurture disciples, but to increase his reputation. The second heaven was actually very big, and the Lianyun Daoist sect was only the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, Yi Xian could only send a large number of people to build the teleportation formation and help the weak to increase his reputation. Reputation has increased to 2%. Reputation has increased to 3%. Reputation has increased to 5%. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the increase in his reputation. Now that everyone had communication tools, they only had to mention the Lianyun Daoist sect to their friends to increase their reputation. It was a pity that these people were increasing their reputation in the outside world, so time passed very slowly. This process was very slow, and it had been 1.5 months, but his reputation had only increased to 80%. At this time, Yi Xian had already reached the peak of the 9th grade Sacred Emperor realm. However, what surprised him was that the next breakthrough did not require cultivation resources. Instead, it required experience. From the 9th grade Sacred Emperor realm to the half-Heavenly Lord realm, as long as one walked the heavenly road, they could pass on their experience to others. Just like Huozhen, he had passed on his cultivation experience to Luo Luo. Otherwise, Luo Luo would not have been able to break through. Now, Yi Xian had to devour and absorb these experiences in order to break through. Fortunately, there was a mid-level Heavenly Lord in the devouring space, so he could absorb a large amount of experience. Ding! Host has completed the 1st section of the Heavenly Road. Ding! Host has completed the 10th section of the Heavenly Road. Ding! Host has completed the 34th section of the Heavenly Road. The system notifications kept ringing. After Yi Xian had devoured the experience of the mid-level Heavenly Lord realm, he had actually skipped the half-Heavenly Lord realm and broken through to the Heavenly Lord realm. This is really too scary. Chapter 2011. This was because Yi Xian thought that he had to keep a low profile and was afraid that the bewitchment points would reach 100. However, after reaching the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, the bewitchment points seemed to have stopped. Then, after he broke through to the half-step Heaven Lord realm, the bewitchment points disappeared without a trace. To put it simply, Yi Xian could now break through quickly. However, unless he reached the invincible Heaven Lord realm, he would not have the means to break through the second heaven. Of course, if he used the teleportation array, he could teleport to the third heaven. Immediately, Yi Xian sent the sword Immortal clone to the third heaven teleportation array. With his Heaven Lord realm, even an invincible Heaven Lord could not do anything to him, let alone the sword Immortal clone. The third heaven had experts at the half-step Dao Lord realm, so Yi Xian wanted to go there to take a look. It would be best if he could get some cultivation experience from the invincible Heaven Lord realm so that he could continue to break through. As for here, he would continue to develop. Ding! Host has completed the 5th round of the Sect Chain mission. The system rewards the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline to evolve once. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline had evolved. Previously, he had already evolved his undying doppelganger 5 times. If he could obtain a doppelganger 3 times, then he would be able to condense another doppelganger 6 times. Currently, he had a total of 5 clones. 1 was in the mortal world, 3 were merged, and now there was 1 more. Yi Xian asked him to hide in the first heaven. At the same time, the 6th round of the Sect Chain mission appeared. This mission required Yi Xian to reach the half-step Dao Lord realm and possess 107-star aptitude Invincible Heavenly Lords. Why is this mission so much more difficult than the previous missions? Is it because I completed it too quickly? Yi Xian did not understand the situation. In that case, he would put this mission aside for now. It was not so easy to reach the half-step Dao Lord realm. At this time, the sword Immortal clone had been teleported to the third heaven. Yi Xian was ready to let Luo Luo, who had broken through to the high-level Heaven Lord realm, appear again. However, right at this moment, ding, the Heaven-loathing Fox bloodline has entered the second stage. Luo Luo has entered the dormant period. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification caught Yi Xian off guard. Luo's Heaven-loathing Fox bloodline had a second stage? Luo Luo is currently a level 8 Heavenly Lord. If she can continue to awaken her bloodline, her strength will definitely become even stronger. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now at the Heaven Lord realm. Although he hadn't fought with an invincible Heaven Lord before, based on the previous situation, there shouldn't be anyone below the half-step Dao Lord realm who could match him. Moreover, there was also the Old Tree, Black Horn, and Megatron. After the Sword Immortal avatar reached the third firmament, he would randomly search for a target. He wanted to control an invincible Heavenly Lord and obtain cultivation experience. Unfortunately, what happened next was slightly out of his expectations. After entering the third heavenly layer, the Sword Immortal avatar encountered an invincible Heavenly Lord of the first stage. However, what was surprising was that the Sword Immortal avatar of the first stage Heavenly Lord was only able to fight to a draw with him. If the Sword Immortal avatar didn't have an invincible body, he might have been defeated. Could this person be a super elite of some large faction? Yi Xian didn't believe it. He immediately ordered the Sword Immortal avatar to continue searching. Then, he encountered another invincible Heavenly Lord. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Were all people at the third firmament so strong? Yi Xian continued to let the Sword Immortal avatar search. In the end, he finally used a method of attrition to kill an invincible Heavenly Lord and captured him alive. It turned out that going from a Heavenly Lord to an invincible Heavenly Lord was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Even 10,000 level 9 Heavenly Lords might not be able to defeat an invincible Heavenly Lord. This was how the invincible Heavenly Lord came to be. Fortunately, Yi Xian finally captured an invincible Heavenly Lord. Then, he asked Megatron to extract his cultivation experience. Yi Xian's realm directly reached the level 6 Heavenly Lord realm. Because everyone's cultivation method was different, Yi Xian couldn't steal 100% of the other party's cultivation experience. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that they weren't using cultivation resources to increase their cultivation. Therefore, Black Horn, Old Tree, and the others' realms were the same as Yi Xian's. If that's the case, Old Tree's strength won't be able to keep up with Black Horn and me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. However, it didn't matter. Old Tree's strength was still enough to suppress everyone present. However, even if Yi Xian broke through to the level 6 Heavenly Lord realm, his ability to challenge those of a higher realm was still decreasing. Previously, the level 1 Heavenly Lord Sword Immortal avatar had a hard time capturing an invincible Heavenly Lord realm. In the invincible Heavenly Lord realm, the gap between each level was huge. Therefore, Yi Xian's level 6 Heavenly Lord realm was at most similar to a level 3 invincible Heavenly Lord realm. At this time, Yi Xian had already sent the Sword Immortal avatar to find the Golden Feather Palace. However, another thing happened that was out of his expectations. On the way to the Golden Feather Palace, he suddenly received a piece of news. The Golden Feather Palace had been destroyed. The Dao Master of the Golden Feather Palace, a half-step Dao Lord expert, had been killed. Not a single person in the entire sect had survived. It was said that the faction that destroyed the Golden Feather Palace had sent a large number of experts to capture everyone in the Golden Feather Palace branch. The faction that destroyed the Golden Feather Palace was called the Flying Rainbow Palace. It also had a half-step Dao Lord expert, but it was much stronger than the Golden Feather Palace. The Dao Master of the Golden Feather Palace's words were indeed true. How did they provoke such a strong enemy? Yi Xian was a little confused. In the next moment, his attention fell on something in the Devour space. It was the sword-shaped token that the Dao Master of the Golden Feather Palace had given him. However, at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound entered Yi Xian's ears. What was going on? Yi Xian was puzzled. He opened his eyes and saw that the defensive formation of the connecting cloud palace had been broken. A sect that doesn't even have a half-step Dao Lord dares to call itself a palace? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a young man standing in the air in front of him. After breaking through to this realm, Yi Xian's true body had been guarding the entrance of the connecting cloud palace. Now that the defensive formation had been broken, he was also discovered. An invincible Heavenly Lord. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the other party's aura. At the very least, it was an invincible rank 3 Heavenly Lord. Sir, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked. This is the entrance of the connecting cloud palace, right? Watch me enter and kill your Dao Master. I'll let you know that from now on, there will only be one palace in the second layer of heaven, and that is our Flying Rainbow Palace. Chapter 2012. This idiot. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. After setting up a new defensive formation, he immersed his mind into the devouring space. The young man who entered was instantly suppressed to the point that he could not move. Even an invincible 9th stage Heavenly Lord would be like an ant when he entered. What's going on? Why can't I move? The young man was shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly projected himself into the devouring space and said, "Of course. This is my territory, so I'm the one in charge." "It's you?" The young man looked at him. Wasn't this the 6th stage Heavenly Lord who was near the entrance? Before he could recover from his shock, Yi Xian asked, "Are you from the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect? Since you know, how dare you trap me?" The young man glared at him. "Oh, don't try to threaten me. Wei Zhentian, I'll leave him to you." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he asked Wei Zhentian to search the young man's soul. Although the soul search was slow, Wei Zhentian extracted the young man's memories and cultivation experience in less than a second in the devouring space. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 9th stage Heavenly Lord. Yi Xian's strength increased again. At the same time, he also learned the identity of the young man. He was a disciple of the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect. The Flying Rainbow Daoist sect was the sect that destroyed the Golden Feather Daoist sect. Like the others, this disciple came to the second heaven and captured all the people from the Golden Feather Daoist sect. He happened to pass by this area and learned about the Lianyun Daoist sect. A Daoist sect must have a half-step Dao Lord to be called a Daoist sect. The strongest person in the Lianyun Daoist sect was not even an invincible Heavenly Lord. How could it be called a Daoist sect? That was why he wanted to kill Dao Master Lianyun, who had an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Unexpectedly, he fell into a trap. Then, Yi Xian handed this person to Wei Zhentian. After the mask of the true and false devoured his body, it had the ability to transform into him. However, only the face, body, and aura were the same. His strength would not change. Now that I'm a 9th stage heavenly lord, if I work with Black Horn, I should be able to fight an invincible 5th stage heavenly lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was a huge gap between a heaven lord and an invincible heaven lord. Therefore, his ability to challenge those at a higher level was greatly reduced. It was said that there was an enormous gap between invincible heavenly lords and half-step Dao lords. At this time, Yi Xian's original body had already moved out. He directly used the teleportation array and teleported to the 3rd heaven. Then he used the true mask to transform into the disciple of Flying Rainbow Daoist rite called Bu Ying. Now, he was going to the Flying Rainbow Dojo to investigate the destruction of the Golden Feather Dojo. However, it took them a month to get there. Since Yi Xian no longer needed cultivation resources to break through, he could still afford to waste time. A month later, Yi Xian finally found the Soaring Rainbow Daoist Dojo. Supposedly, this Daoist dojo was fairly strong, and it had a half-step Dao Lord guarding it. The entrance to the Flying Rainbow Dojo was very strict. Luckily, Yi Xian was wearing a mask, so he was able to enter the Flying Rainbow Dojo. This time, he was here to investigate something. He didn't know if it would go so smoothly. After entering, he took off the mask and put on the Void Spirit Godly Armor. The Void Spirit Godly Armor had the ability to conceal oneself. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover it at all. Although he wasn't very strong now, after wearing the Void Spirit Godly Armor, even a half-step Dao Lord wouldn't be able to discover him. In the following period of time, he really did find some clues. However, it was already a month later. As expected, the reason why the Golden Feather Dojo was destroyed was because of the Flying Star Sword token. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This matter wasn't hidden very well. Some of the elite disciples knew about it, let alone the protectors and elders. However, Yi Xian didn't know the use of the Flying Star Sword token for the time being. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow Dojo knew about it. Those disciples only knew to find this thing. I was once a disciple of the Golden Feather Dojo, and then because of the Golden Feather Dojo Lord, I triggered the sex system mission. Therefore, I still have to take revenge. Yi Xian thought to himself. As for the captured disciples of the Golden Feather Dojo, he couldn't save them for the time being. Even if he were to wear the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he would at most be able to fight against mid to high-level invincible heaven monarchs. However, the guardians of the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo were all at least half-step Dao monarchs. How could he save them? However, he didn't leave the Flying Rainbow Dojo. Instead, he continued to hide in the Flying Rainbow Dojo. Don't forget that the Sword Immortal clone was also in the 3rd heaven. Yi Xian controlled the Sword Immortal clone to leave the Flying Rainbow Dojo and spread a rumor. The 9th Flying Star Sword token has appeared in Sai Valley. Once this rumor spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. This was because many major factions knew that the Flying Rainbow Dojo was looking for the Flying Star Sword token. Immediately, many people took action. They all wanted to obtain the Flying Star Sword token and give it to the Flying Rainbow Dojo. If you want to find the treasure, you have to be prepared to pay a bloody price. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He already had the Sword Immortal clone hide in Sai Valley. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to find him. The Sai Valley was not big, and one could go around it very quickly. However, Yi Xian was very smart. He built a spatial devouring portal inside. Those who found the spatial devouring portal would hesitate for a while before entering it. This way, they would become turtles in a jar. None of the invincible heavenly lords who entered could leave safely. They were instantly suppressed. As a result, Yi Xian's experience increased again. With the cultivation experience of so many people, Yi Xian's realm directly broke through from the 9th level Heavenly Lord to the invincible 9th level Heavenly Lord. This speed was really shocking. Damn, it's really fast. I rose 9 levels in a few days. If this was before, it would be impossible. Yi Xian was overjoyed. An invincible 9th level Heavenly Lord, coupled with the Void Spirit divine armor and various bloodlines, his current strength was probably enough to fight a half-step Dao Lord, right? Just nice, he got what he wanted. When he broke through to the invincible 9th level Heavenly Lord, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Then, after looking at the entrance of the spatial devouring portal for a while, he walked in. Here comes another fat sheep. I'll use you to practice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Right now, he really wanted to find a half-step Dao Lord to fight. Now that this person had entered, he could first suppress him and then find him to practice. Unexpectedly, this half-step Dao Lord was not to be trifled with. This half-step Dao Lord who entered the spatial devouring portal immediately felt something strange. He instantly broke free from Yi Xian's suppression and then slashed out with his sword. Chapter 2013. It was hard to imagine that this person's sword had actually split open the devouring space, creating a spatial rift. Ding! The devouring space is damaged. The current damage is 3%. The normal repair time is 3 years. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time that the devouring space was damaged. If the damage was 100%, would it collapse? That was not the case. Yi Xian was too naive. If the damage was 60%, the devouring space would collapse directly. What the F***CK? If you slashed a few more times, all my efforts would have been for nothing. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly sent him back to the outside world. That's right, time reversal. When Yi Xian thought of this, he hurriedly used time reversal and returned to the past. But in the next moment, he was shocked again. After time reversal, the damage to the devouring space was not repaired. In other words, time reversal was useless against the devouring space. However, this was reasonable. After all, the devouring space was the space of the devouring system, and time reversal was only an ability of the bloodline. Damn it, it actually needs 3 years to repair. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. He originally wanted to suppress that half-step Dao Lord, but he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. What a huge loss. He had to take revenge. At that moment, Yi Xian waited here for that half-step Dao Lord to come. It was said that there was a huge gap between invincible heavenly lords and half-step Dao Lords. Even 10,000 invincible heavenly lords could not defeat a half-step Dao Lord. This was something that Yi Xian could not understand. It is said that half-step Dao Lords have already comprehended a type of Dao and are 100 times more powerful than invincible heavenly lords. Even 10,000 invincible 9th stage heavenly lords wouldn't be able to defeat a half-step Dao Lord. I want to see for myself if this is true. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what was left in the 4 Unity Valley was no longer his true body, but his sword Immortal avatar. Although he wanted to challenge it, Yi Xian felt that it was best to use his sword Immortal avatar to test the waters. If there was a chance, his true body would take action. After all, the sword Immortal avatar could not wear the Void Spirit divine armor. Its strength was much weaker than his true body, but it would not die. Soon, the half-step Dao Lord arrived. Kid, what's on the other side of this portal? Suddenly, the sword Immortal avatar heard an unfamiliar voice. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man. This was the half-step Dao Lord who had damaged the devouring space by 3%. Then, the sword Immortal avatar quickly closed the teleportation door and said coldly, "Next, you'd better show your true ability. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was shocked. What was going on? A mere 9th stage invincible heavenly monarch actually dared to say that? Was he courting death? Arrogant brat, watch me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The middle-aged man did not say anything and raised his hand to slap the sword Immortal avatar. Although this attack was only casually launched by him, its power was extremely fierce. It was enough to severely injure an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch. Slaughter form. Sword Immortal descend. Flying Immortal sword. Facing such an attack, the sword Immortal avatar directly used his trump card and rushed towards the middle-aged man. Poof! With a muffled sound, the sword Immortal avatar's long sword pierced the middle-aged man's hand. Unexpectedly, this attack actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Unfortunately, this sword did not pierce the middle-aged man's palm. Instead, it pierced through the flame barrier that covered it. He can actually break through my flame barrier? How is this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. I've comprehended the Tao of blazing fire. My flame barrier is not something an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch can break through. What method did this person use? The middle-aged man frowned and quickly pulled back his palm, sending the sword Immortal avatar flying. Yi Xian had seen through the sword just now. If the middle-aged man did not have a layer of flame barrier, he would have been killed instantly. Again, the sword Immortal avatar roared and attacked again. Although the flying Immortal sword could not be used, it still had the one-hit kill effect. As long as he could injure the middle-aged man, there was a possibility of killing him instantly. The teleportation door suddenly disappeared. It should be your doing. Could the flying star sword token be in your hands? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, the sword Immortal avatar was a true invincible heavenly monarch. Even the half-step Tao Lord middle-aged man could not injure the sword Immortal avatar. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion in the Sai Valley was very loud. It was almost the sound of the sword Immortal avatar being beaten up. The more the middle-aged man fought, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could an invincible heavenly monarch withstand so many attacks? This was impossible. Even if the opponent had an astonishing physique, there was no way his clothes could be undamaged, right? I have comprehended the Tao of Blaze, and my attack power is one of the best. But I can't hurt you at all. What the hell are you? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Since you can't hurt me, why don't we make a deal? The sword Immortal avatar crawled up from the ground and said slowly, Do you have the right to make a deal with me? The middle-aged man snorted. Oh, it seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the flying star sword token. The sword Immortal avatar shook his head. The flying star sword token. Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's body trembled violently. So you do know about the flying star sword token. Fine, tell me, how do you want to make this deal? My request is very simple. I am currently an invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch. As long as you tell me how to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level, I will tell you the whereabouts of the flying star sword token. The sword Immortal avatar said. So simple? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. The method to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level was not very secretive. Any invincible 9th stage heavenly monarch with a bit of status would know. Yi Xian could actually go find these people and find out. However, there was no need for that. This was because he had the time reversal ability. As long as he asked for the method, he would be able to reverse time. This way, it would not count as a deal. Regardless of whether Yi Xian was telling the truth or not, the middle-aged man had to give it a try. The only difference between invincible heavenly monarchs and half-step Tao lords is the Tao. As long as you comprehend the Tao, you will be able to break through to the half-step Tao Lord level. The middle-aged man explained. I know that. How can you comprehend the Tao? The sword Immortal avatar asked. Chapter 2014. The middle-aged man continued. Of course, you can also condense a Tao seed if you consume a large amount of fire attribute heavenly treasures and cultivate Tao arts. After hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat understood and asked, 100,000 minor Daos means there are 100,000 types of Daos? Of course. Apart from the Tao of raging fire, there is also the Tao of ice, Tao of lightning, Tao of gale, and so on. However, only 3,000 of the 100,000 minor Daos can be upgraded to Grand Daos. Only 99 of the 3,000 Grand Daos can be upgraded to Holy Daos. As long as you comprehend a minor Tao to late-stage greater mastery, you will have a chance to cultivate it into a Grand Tao. If you succeed, you will become a Tao Lord. My Tao of Raging Fire is the embryonic form of the Holy Tao, so it can be upgraded all the way to Holy Tao. I see. Yi Xian understood now. He had forgotten that there were martial arts that could be exchanged for in the Immortal level devouring system. The half-step Dao Lord level martial arts were called Dao arts, which could be used to cultivate Dao seeds. If there are no more questions, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked. Not yet. I still need your cultivation experience. Don't tell me you don't have it. Yixian said. A half-step Dao Lord was enough to establish a dojo, and he would definitely have clansmen. He would naturally record his cultivation experience for his clansmen to comprehend. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man straightforwardly threw out a jade eye slip. He could get as many of these things as he wanted. After Yixian received the jade eye slip, he immediately scanned it and copied it into the immortal level devouring system. Then he used the time reversal skill to return to the time before the two met. Soon, they met again, but this time, the middle-aged man did not recognize Yixian. Sir, I know the whereabouts of the Flying Star Sword token, but I have a request. If you can withstand one of my attacks, I will tell you the location of the Flying Star Sword token. When the middle-aged man appeared again, Yixian said this. A mere invincible ninth heavenly lord dares to speak so arrogantly? The middle-aged man was a little displeased, but to be able to cultivate to the invincible ninth heavenly lord level, he must have a background. You'll know once you give it a try whether I'm bluffing or not. Although I do not know what the Flying Star Sword token is, it must be obtained by the strong. Are you taking it or not? Asked the Sword Immortal clone. What is there to be afraid of? The middle-aged man obviously didn't think too much about it. After all, an invincible ninth stage heavenly lord couldn't hurt him. Don't worry, I won't attack your vitals. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately attacked. Slaughter mode. The sword Immortal had descended. One sword, flying immortal. The sword Immortal avatar transformed into a stream of light and charged at the middle-aged man. Humph! The middle-aged man snorted coldly. He didn't even put up any defense and tried to clamp down on the long sword. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the unparalleled swords in the hands of the sword Immortal clone were caught by the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, although the middle-aged man did not use flame protection this time, he did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. Again! Yixian's eyes flashed as he used his time reversal skill. If the first time didn't work, then he would use it twice. If the second time didn't work, then he would use it 5 times. In any case, Yixian was prepared to go back in time indefinitely. The second time, the one-hit kill effect didn't work again. The third time, it didn't work either. 10 times in a row, it didn't work. Yixian had no choice but to use his true body. He put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and held the one-hit kill sword, waiting here. Using the one-hit kill to execute the Flying Immortal had an additional effect compared to the unparalleled swords, which was that it could greatly increase the chances of one-hit kills. This time, it was beyond Yixian's expectations. Ding! Host has activated the one-hit kill effect. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Finally, after Yixian executed the Flying Immortal for the 11th time, he insta-killed the half-step Dao Lord. The other party died because of carelessness. However, this was to be expected. After all, Yixian was only an invincible heavenly lord. Due to the huge gap between him and a half-step Dao Lord, the other party did not think much of it. If it were anyone else, they would have done the same. After this person died, Yixian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. Now, he was already an invincible grade 9 heavenly lord, but he did not know how to break through to half-step Dao Lord. Therefore, he had to search the middle-aged man's soul, hoping to find something useful. However, he was disappointed. Damn it, how can I break through? Do I really have to stay in the land of extreme heat like him? Yixian frowned. The middle-aged man said that he had stayed in the land of extreme heat for hundreds of thousands of years before breaking through to half-step Dao Lord. Let alone hundreds of thousands of years, even if it was decades, Yixian would not be able to go there. However, at this moment, ding, the corpse can be analyzed. Do you want to proceed? Suddenly, a system notification sounded, startling Yixian. Yixian replied. Then, the immortal level devouring system analyzed the middle-aged man's corpse. This analysis was very thorough. For example, It knew which part of the middle-aged man's body had not recovered from the injury, etc. However, this was not the main point. Ding. Host has obtained a blazing flame Dao seed. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly checked it. The blazing flame Dao seed was actually a small flame that jumped. Yi Xian immediately chose to devour it. Ding. Host has devoured the blazing flame Dao seed and condensed a blazing flame Dao seed. The current blazing flame Dao seed is at the early stage of elementary condensation. Ding. Host has broken through to half-step Dao Lord. 2 notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian had finally broken through to half-step Dao Lord. Stepping from invincible heavenly lord to half-step Dao Lord was indeed a meteoric rise. Yi Xian felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. If the middle-aged man had not died, he would have been able to send him flying with one hand. Lesser Dao seeds are divided into 3 levels, which are elementary condensation, small success, and large success. Each level is divided into early, middle, and late stages. The prerequisite for breaking through from half-step Dao Lord to Dao Lord is to first condense a Dao seed and raise it to late-stage large success. If you want to break through from Dao Lord to Samsara Dao Lord, you have to raise 2 Grand Daos to late-stage large success. If you want to break through from Samsara Dao Lord to half-step Emperor, you have to raise 3 Grand Daos to late-stage large success. This was what Yi Xian had learned from the middle-aged man's memories. 100,000 lesser Daos, 3,000 Grand Daos, and 9 by 9 sacred Daos. Of these, 9 by 9 sacred Daos did not refer to 81 sacred Daos, but 99. Thus, condensing a Dao seed was very important. This was because every time you condensed a Dao seed, the difficulty of condensing a Dao seed would increase. If you condensed a Dao seed that was not of the 3,000 embryonic Grand Daos, then you would be useless. This was because only by condensing 3 embryonic Dao seeds of the 3,000 embryonic Grand Daos would you be qualified to break through to Dao Lord. Similarly, only embryonic Dao seeds of the sacred Dao would allow you to break through to Samsara Dao Lord. Fortunately, this blazing flame Dao seed was an embryonic Dao seed of the sacred Dao, so Yi Xian could continue to cultivate it. Most people would choose to cultivate embryonic Dao seeds of the sacred Dao. This way, they would not be stuck in cultivation in the future. In addition, as Yi Xian broke through, the old tree, Black Horn, and the others broke through as well. However, unlike Yi Xian, Black Horn and the sky-breaking ape were unable to condense Dao seeds. However, the old tree's Daoist could. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the old tree already had 2 Dao seeds in his body. Chapter 2015. On this black ball, there was a symbol that Yi Xian was very familiar with. The devouring symbol. Ding. The infernal god unicorn has formed the devouring Dao seed and evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the old tree's body had changed. The infernal god unicorn had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. What was going on? It was Yi Xian who had devoured the infernal Dao seed, not the old tree. Why did the old tree evolve? Yi Xian quickly sensed and found that he had more than 1 infernal Dao seed in his body. He also had the devouring Dao seed. This Dao seed was probably shared with the old tree, just like the immortal phoenix bloodline. Not only that, but Black Horn also had a corresponding Dao seed in his body. This meant that Luo, who was still in hibernation, probably shared it as well. In short, he had profited. Finally, my attacks also have the devouring effect. If I combine the power of fire and the devouring Dao seed, my attacks will be much stronger than ordinary people. Yi Xian was very happy. Immediately he hurriedly checked on old Shu, who had advanced. Now that the old tree had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn, it had also learned the devouring skill. In addition, the old tree could absorb all fire attacks and temporarily convert them into strength. As for its ultimate move, it only had 9-layer devouring flames. That's awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp and quickly let the sword immortal clone fight the old tree. In the end, the old tree and the sword immortal clone were evenly matched. However, this was normal. After all, the old tree's devouring black flames had the same effect as the devouring dragon scales and was immune to all fire attacks. This was even more awesome than the immortal phoenix bloodline. Of course, as long as Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor, he could still defeat the old tree. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to become a half-step Dao Lord, it was time to start a new operation. At that moment, he built another space-devouring portal and waited for those little sheep to walk right into his trap. However, most of the cultivators here were at the invincible Heavenly Lord level. Very few half-step Dao Lords had arrived. Today, Yi Xian had finally found yet another half-step Dao Lord. However, this time, he didn't dare to allow this half-step Dao Lord to enter his devouring space. Instead, he quickly closed the teleportation gate and took the initiative to appear. "I'm afraid there's no flying star sword token here, right?" A white-haired old man said to the sword Immortal avatar. "Oh, how did you know?" The sword Immortal avatar asked in astonishment. "It's very simple. Ever since the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo started looking for the Flying Star Sword token, many people started plotting against them. They released fake news to lure people here and then killed them." The old man replied. "I see." The sword Immortal avatar nodded slightly and said with a smile, "But you've come to the right place. There is indeed a Flying Star Sword token here. Hee, no matter what, I'm going to kill you next." The old man laughed as well. Yi Xian should have already killed many people. If he killed Yi Xian, he would be able to obtain a large amount of wealth. Even if he didn't have the Flying Star Sword token, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. "I'm afraid there's no one in the third heaven who can kill me." Yi Xian shook his head. Of course, the he was referring to was the sword Immortal avatar. At the third heaven, half-step Dao Lords were considered kings at most. How could they possibly kill the sword Immortal avatar? "Then I'll give it a try." The old man's eyes flashed. He could also sense that Yi Xian was a half-step Dao Lord. However, it had been countless years since he broke through to the half-step Dao Lord level. The Inferno Dao seed in his body had already reached the mid-early solidification stage. He was still quite strong and should have no problem dealing with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was wrong. At this moment, the old man finally made his move. He had comprehended two Daos. One was the Dao of Inferno, the other was the Dao of Frost. The Dao of Inferno and the Dao of Frost were embryonic forms of Grand Daos and Saint Daos, so they could be cultivated continuously. The old man had ice in one hand and flames in the other as he charged towards Yi Xian. In this battle, Yi Xian did not intend to summon the Blaziator Unicorn. This was because he had just broken through to the half-step Dao Lord level and wanted to test his strength. Currently, he had comprehended two Daos. One was the Dao of Inferno, while the other was the Dao of Devouring. Unfortunately, the Dao of Devouring did not seem to have any effect on him. On the other hand, the Inferno Dao seed greatly increased his fire attack power and fire immunity by several times. Rumble. In an instant, Yi Xian and the old man exchanged blows. Both of them had Inferno Dao seeds in their bodies. The old man had an additional Frost Dao seed, while Yi Xian had an additional Devouring Dao seed. This was not the main point. The main point was that the old man's Inferno Dao seed was already at the mid-early solidification stage. In other words, the old man was a second-grade half-step Dao Lord. However, after the two of them exchanged blows, the old man was instantly sent flying. Previously, when Yi Xian was in the slaughter state, his combat strength was increased by more than 30 times. Coupled with the Peerless Sword, Yi Xian had the ability to fight opponents more than 10 levels above him. However, this increase did not seem to be of much use to half-step Dao Lords. What mattered now was one's comprehension of the Dao. The enhancement of the sacred power and physique wasn't very obvious, and there weren't many half-step Dao Lords who would focus on improving these two attributes. Most people would focus on deepening their understanding of the Dao. 4 half-step Dao Lords who had grasped the Dao of Inferno, they could use flames to explode beneath their feet and gain extremely high movement speed. If they had comprehended the Dao of Gale, it would be even more terrifying. The reason why Yi Xian had the upper hand in this exchange and sent the old man flying with a single strike was not because of the enhancements. Instead, it was because of Yi Xian's immortal phoenix bloodline and immortal unicorn bloodline's flame amplification. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was lower than the old man's, after being strengthened by the immortal phoenix bloodline and immortal unicorn bloodline, the power of his flames was actually stronger than the old man's. This was why he was able to break through the old man's flame defense with a single strike and send him flying. Although sacred power and physique can increase my speed, most people have already comprehended the Tao of Inferno, so they are relatively useless. My Inferno Tao seed is only at the early solidification stage. Fortunately, I have the immortal phoenix bloodline and immortal unicorn bloodline, so my flames are stronger than his. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to strengthen his immortal unicorn bloodline and immortal phoenix bloodline next. If the slaughter state and one-hit kill also had an effect on the Tao, then that single strike would have been enough to kill the 10 old men. When the old man saw that his first strike had failed, he immediately understood that Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly turned and fled. After all, a Tier 1 half-step Tao Lord sending a Tier 2 half-step Tao Lord flying wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Yi Xian had also comprehended the Tao of raging flames. You want to run now? Too late. The sword immortal clone's eyes flashed. Flames exploded beneath his feet as he shot towards the old man. Chapter 2016. After the old man died, the sword immortal clone glared at the corpse and extinguished the flames. Yi Xian hurried over and put the corpse into the devouring space. He then analyzed the Inferno Tao seed and the Frost Tao seed. Since I can devour the Inferno Tao seed to break through to half-step Tao Lord, I should be able to devour the Inferno Tao seed to improve my understanding of the Inferno Tao. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Inferno Tao seed. As expected, his understanding of the Inferno Tao seed had improved. If others knew about this, they would be shocked to death. One had to know that after a normal person obtained a Tao seed, they would at most use it to comprehend it. They wouldn't be like Yi Xian, who would directly devour it to increase their comprehension. This meant that Yi Xian's improvement speed would be much faster than others. If a person fully comprehended a Tao seed at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, they would be able to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. However, according to past experience, even if I devour a mid-stage initial condensation realm Tao seed, it would only increase my experience. It would not allow me to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had much more experience than ordinary people. This old man's Inferno Tao seed was at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, but his Frost Tao seed was at the early-stage initial condensation realm. A half-step Tao Lord could form multiple Tao seeds, but they had to be careful. Yi Xian devoured the Frost Tao seed, and another Frost Tao seed appeared in his body. Not only that, but even the old tree had one. It seemed that Tao seeds were indeed shared. However, the Frost Tao seed did not seem to be of much use to Yi Xian. Although the Frost Tao was an embryonic form of the Saint Tao and could be improved to the Saint Tao in the future, Yi Xian was used to using flames. Now that he had a devouring Tao seed, he had to choose his third Tao seed carefully. He was not interested in the Frost Tao. However, since he could devour the Tao seed and form a corresponding Tao seed, it did not matter. If there was one, he would devour it. Perhaps he could improve first? At this moment, ding! Devouring other Tao seeds can improve your understanding of the devouring Tao seed. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he closed his eyes and tried to sense it. In the next moment, the icy Tao seed was absorbed by the devouring Tao seed. Previously, Yi Xian had thought that the devouring Tao seed could be increased by devouring things. Now, it seemed that aside from this method, he could also use the devouring Tao seed a second time to increase his experience. In that case, those useless items and Tao seeds could be used to upgrade the devouring Tao seed. In that case, the devouring Tao seed would be the fastest to upgrade. Following that, Yi Xian built another teleportation gate and continued to stand guard. However, this region wasn't particularly bustling, and there were very few half-step Tao Lords here. After dealing with yet another half-step Tao Lord in Yi Xian who had mastered the Tao of the Inferno, he prepared to leave. but at this moment, suddenly, a powerful aura descended. The sword immortal avatar raised his eyebrows and turned his head to see a person dressed in flying rainbow Daoist attire flying towards him. That's the protector of the flying rainbow Daoist rite. Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. The protectors of the flying rainbow Daoist rite were all half-step Dao lords at the very least. Finally, a decent person had arrived. Without another word, Yi Xian charged over. What a fellow! You're targeting me? The flying rainbow Dao rite's protector raised an eyebrow. He thought that Yi Xian wanted to kill him and steal his treasure. However, this was indeed the case. Immortal slaying breath slash. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an attack that contained the Dao of the Inferno. The Inferno Dao of the Inferno is equivalent to mid-early cold time. Not bad, but you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this attack. The flying rainbow Dao rite's protector raised an eyebrow, then casually slapped out with a giant palm of flames. No, this wasn't a giant palm of flames. There were even traces of lightning on this giant flaming palm. This person had mastered both the Dao of the Inferno and the Dao of Lightning. When the two were combined, his attack was extremely ferocious. In an instant, Yi Xian's attack was defeated. As expected of the flying rainbow Dao rite's protector. I'm afraid that his Dao seed of ice and Dao seed of lightning have both reached mid-early cold time. He's much stronger than ordinary second-grade half-step Dao lords. Yi Xian frowned. It was much more difficult to raise one's Dao seed from mid-early cold time to late-early cold time. Therefore, many people would choose to condense a second Dao seed and raise it to mid-early cold time. This way, their strength would increase faster. Although their realm wouldn't increase, they would still surpass ordinary people of the same level. A mere first-grade half-step Dao Lord dares to attack me? You're courting death. The flying rainbow Dao rite's protector roared angrily and attacked again, directly hitting the sword immortal clone and sending him flying. However, when the flame dissipated, the protector didn't see the sword immortal clone. Where are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. At this moment, the sword immortal clone had already used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the protector. Then he slashed out with his sword. Bam! The protector's Thunderfire armor's defense was quite strong, and it blocked the sword. Someone who had comprehended two Daos had extraordinary combat strength. Even an attack that fused the power of fire and the power of devouring couldn't hurt him. However, this still couldn't stop Yi Xian. Suddenly, the void split open, and Yi Xian's true body descended. It was now 2 against 1. Moreover, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit godly armor, was even stronger than the sword immortal clone. Although the Void Spirit godly armor's amplification wasn't very useful, it couldn't be forgotten that the Void Spirit godly armor also had an invisibility effect and was completely immune to energy attacks like this. The flying rainbow Dao rite's protector's strength was considered top-tier among second-grade half-step Dao lords. Only a small number of people who had comprehended 3 Daos were stronger than him. Therefore, Yi Xian still spent a lot of time dealing with him. This battle lasted for a full half a minute. Both sides had exchanged countless blows. After half a minute, the protector was finally no match for Yi Xian and was killed. After he died, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and put away the corpse. Yi Xian devoured the mid-early condensing Inferno Dao seed. As for the mid-early condensing Thunder Dao seed, Yi Xian condensed a Thunder Dao seed in his body. Then Yi Xian had the devouring Dao seed devour the Thunder Dao seed to increase its experience. After that, Yi Xian threw the corpse to the mask and disguised himself as the protector. So that's how it is. The Flying Star Sword token is the key to opening Dao Lord Flying Star's cave abode. There are 9 of them in total, and they are in the hands of the various major dojos. The Flying Star Sword token in my hand is the 9th one. Yi Xian thought to himself. Dao Lord Flying Star wasn't actually a Dao Lord. He was just a half-step Dao Lord. However, he had comprehended a Dao that countless people couldn't comprehend. Chapter 2017. The Sword Dao was also one of the 9 sacred Daos. However, unlike the Dao of Fire and the Dao of Ice, the Sword Dao was ranked at the top of the 9 sacred Daos and was extremely powerful. Therefore, Dao Lord Flying Star's Sword Dao Seed attracted the attention of all the major dojos. The Devouring Dao Seed is easier to improve. The Dao of Fire is also good, but the only one that can be used in battle is the Dao of Fire. If I can obtain this Sword Dao Seed, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought. Clearly, he was also interested in this Sword Dao Seed. After all, he also had the bloodline of a Sword Immortal. If he could obtain this Sword Dao Seed, his strength would increase greatly. He immediately disguised himself as Wu Xinghai, the guardian of Flying Rainbow Dojo, and then broke through the void to return. He had been to Flying Rainbow Dojo once before, so there was a mark. When he arrived at Flying Rainbow Dojo, a person immediately came to greet him and asked, "Guardian Wu, did you gain anything this time?" It said that there's news of the Flying Star Sword token in Sai Valley. Yi Xian nodded. Then you, the guardian asked curiously. Since there was news, why did Wu Xinghai return? That person is also a half-step Dao Lord, but he's very strong. It said that a second-grade half-step Dao Lord has already fallen, so I came back to find someone to go with me just in case. Yi Xian said deliberately. This time, it was actually the Sword Immortal clone who was using the Mask of Truth. The Void Spirit Divine Armor did not have any amplification effect on the Sword Immortal clone, but it did not mean that he could not use other magic treasures. Yi Xian was more assured that he would disguise himself and enter. As for his true body, it was actually still waiting in Sai Valley, waiting for some people to come to him. Even Guardian Wu admits that he's not a match. It seems that he's a tough character. Wait a moment, I'll call Guardian Lin. The three of us will go together. The Guardian left after saying that, but not long after, he came back with another person. Both of them were second-grade half-step Dao Lords, but Wu Xinghai was still the strongest in terms of individual strength. Then, the three of them left together and headed to Sai Valley. With their speed, they would arrive in about 2 to 3 days. During this time, some people found Sai Valley, but they were all a group of invincible heaven monarchs. There were only 2 half-step Dao Lords, and both were first-rank half-step Dao Lords. However, Yi Xian was still able to acquire quite a few Dao Seeds. 2.5 days later, the Sword Immortal Avatar arrived with the 2 guardians of Flying Rainbow Dao right. Protector Wu, this is Sai Valley, right? Where is that person? Protector Lin asked. The Sword's celestial clone paused for a moment before saying, I left a lightning fire imprint on him, yet he's still here. How bold of him. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed forward. The 2 protectors looked at each other and hurriedly followed. However, at this moment, hoo. Behind the 2 of them, a gust of wind suddenly rose up, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Yi Xian's true body had already donned the Void Spirit Divine Armor. He immediately used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind them. Bang! The 2 of them were caught off guard and had no time to react. That meant that Elder Lien was killed. Before the other person could defend, the Sword Immortal Avatar, who had put away the mask of authenticity and revealed his true body, also stabbed with his sword. That sword pierced into the other person's heart, instantly killing him. Yi Xian had obtained 3 more Dao Seeds, 2 of which were Blazing Inferno Dao Seeds. Not bad. One of them is a Gale Dao Seed. No wonder he can fly so fast. A Blazing Inferno Dao Seed and a Gale Dao Seed. He's probably as difficult to deal with as Wu Xinghai. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Gale Dao Seed. However, he didn't let the Devouring Dao Seed devour the Gale Dao Seed because it could increase his speed and fuse with his attacks. That's right. Ordinary people wouldn't condense so many Dao Seeds, but I can. If I have more than 10 Dao Seeds in my body, then any casual attack of mine will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, this would be a bit difficult. It wasn't difficult to fuse a fire attack and a lightning attack, but it would be difficult to add a wind blade attack. It would be even more difficult to add an ice attack. Next, Yi Xian disguised himself as another person and returned to Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo to lure 2 Dao Seeds back. The same place, the same move, the same ending. However, this time, Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. The 2 of them had 4 Dao Seeds. 2 were Blazing Inferno Dao Seeds, while the other two were Frost Dao Seeds and Strength Dao Seeds. However, the Strength Dao wasn't one of the 9 sacred Daos. It was only an embryonic form of the 3,000 sacred Daos. However, they were only half-step Dao Lords now. They were far from being Dao Lords, so there was no need to be so calculative. When one had a deep understanding of the Strength Dao, they could still unleash a considerable amount of power when combined with the explosive speed of the blazing Inferno Dao Seed. However, the Strength Dao was a bit unorthodox compared to the other Daos. Moreover, it was much weaker at the same level. The Strength Dao of the early Solidification Dao Seed was probably only slightly stronger than the blazing Inferno Dao Seed. Although I'm wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, it's only immune to energy attacks. If the enemy attacks me directly, I'll still be in danger. Yi Xian thought to himself. The time reversal skill was indeed useful, but it would be a tragedy if he triggered a mission that didn't allow him to use it. Thus, Yi Xian had to be careful of such unorthodox Daos in the future. Next, Yi Xian devoured the Frost Dao Seed and Strength Dao Seed. Ding! The devouring Dao Seed has been raised to the early Solidification Dao Seed. Ding! Host has broken through to the second-rank half-step Dao Lord. He had finally broken through. However, the breakthrough was because the devouring Dao Seed had been raised to the early Solidification Dao Seed, while the blazing Inferno Dao Seed was still at the early Solidification Dao Seed. Thus, the increase in strength wasn't as crazy as expected. However, it was still good enough to kill anyone he had killed before. The Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo's Daoist Lord is a 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill my way in. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo had destroyed the Gold Plume Dojo in order to obtain the Flying Star Sword token. They had even captured countless people from the Gold Plume Dojo. This time, he was here to seek revenge. At this moment, he had already broken through the void and arrived in front of the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo. This time, as long as he succeeded in destroying the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo, he might be able to complete the 6th chain of the Sex Chain mission. This mission required Yi Xian to become a half-step Dao Lord, and the Connecting Cloud Daoist Dojo had to have 100 7-star disciples. After countless generations of reproduction, Yi Xian now had more than 10 7-star disciples.